Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Baker Institute. I'm David Satterfield, the director. We're delighted to have you all today for what I know will be an interesting set of presentations and dialogue as well with you, the audience, as well as between those we have up here on the stage. I'd like to give a special welcome and my personal thanks to the Carter Center for the 5-year collaboration our two institutions have enjoyed. David Carroll, director of the Center's Democracy Program, is Sarah Cooper, associate director of the Democracy Program, the rest of the Center's staff who helped make this event possible. All of you are, of course, welcome here. We alternate these events between the Baker Institute and the Carter Center in Atlanta. We're delighted to be able to host them and all of you here in Houston. I also want to thank the experts who traveled to Houston today to share their insights and thoughts about challenges facing a democratic system based on free and fair elections. Before I go on a personnel note, Chris Hobbs cannot attend. He was held up by weather in Atlanta. Some parts of the country have what I understand is called weather. We don't really understand that here except for a few horrible days every year or so. But we miss Chris and look forward to his participation in the future. Elections are quite literally the heart of our democracy. They're the way we select our elected officials who lead our nation, and they provide for a peaceful transition of power. That's quite a unique, special, and privileged thing in today's world as it will be in tomorrow's. As President Jimmy Carter and Secretary James A. Baker III said, if elections are defective, the entire democratic system is at risk. I would add to that, if elections are perceived as defective, the risk is real. Today's event aligns with two significant events that affected America's elections, as well as our two institutions, Baker and Carter Center. First, this week, this coming Friday, is the 25th anniversary of the Supreme Court's decision in Bush v. Gore that settled the 2000 presidential race. That landmark decision gave George W. Bush a narrow victory and sparked voter skepticism about election results, something that has increased. And we'll talk about the role that that election, the debate over the outcome, the Supreme Court decision had or didn't have in terms of what we are witnessing today. But both sides of the political divide today, without question, claim foul regarding the electoral process and electoral outcomes. But the Gore v. Bush decision did something else. It also brought, and I would say reaffirmed, the role of Secretary Baker in the nation's spotlight as the head of the legal team that represented George W. Bush. Meanwhile, this is also the 20th anniversary of a report issued by the Commission on Federal Election Reform, a commission co-chaired by President Jimmy Carter and Secretary Baker in 2005. It was created in the aftermath of that close outcome in 2000, and it examined bipartisan ways to improve how we vote in the United States. Since then, and for the past 5 years, Carter Center and Baker Institute have continued President Carter and Secretary Baker's commitment to improving the confidence voters have in electoral outcomes. A lot has happened in these past 25 years as our nation has become in many ways more fractured, more polarized at any point since the ending of the Civil War. And the continued political fighting over the legitimacy of elections, as I noted earlier, plays a role in this polarization. Today, we want to look back at the contested election of a quarter century ago, the legal ramifications of the Supreme Court decision, and how it's affected our nation. We're also going to examine two current challenges to building confidence in elections. How do you make elections run more effectively, more efficiently, and to unpack the evolving legal and political implications of redistricting in a polarized electoral landscape. And with that, and again, a thanks to all of you who are here today. I'll make my usual shameless pitch. If you are not members of the Baker Institute Roundtable, which helps make events like this and so many others possible, I strongly encourage you to do so. You can find information on the Roundtable on our bakerinstitute.org website. Thank you all, and enjoy the event.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. As Ambassador Satterfield mentioned, I'm actually here at last-minute sub for my colleague Chris Hobbs, who had airline challenges, and so you get me instead of him. Lucky you. And this also will reflect the fact that I had a couple of short hours to think about what Chris would have wanted me to say in his place. But I'll be very brief. I think there's going to be a great sessions today. You're going to want to hear more from them than from me. But as Ambassador Satterfield noted, his conference is about bipartisan leadership in election reform. And this is a set of issues that are not going to go away. We know from many years of experience that there are contested elections and storms around those. We've seen them in the past. We've seen them around the 2000 elections. We've seen them around elections since then, and we will see them in the future. I think it's a given that there will be contested elections. And I think the challenge is to make that not necessarily a bad thing, but a thing that builds confidence and resilience because you work through those. Two key through lines occur to me when I think about contested elections. Losing parties have lower confidence in elections after they lose. I think we can all agree. We've seen that over and over again. When you lose, you start to question elections more. When you win, you think everything was fair. So I think that's going to be a pattern that will continue, and we just kind of keep that in mind as a background. Losers are going to find more to complain about, and that's to be expected. The other key through line for me is, and I've seen this over my career at the Carter Center, a lot of election observation, elections are always imperfect. There's no such thing as a perfect election, and there's always room for improvement. And you might think, well, if you keep improving, aren't you just kind of getting to a point where you're done? Actually, no. Laws change, technologies change, political conditions change. So the context is always moving, and so to really work in that kind of environment, you're going to have to keep improving because elections are always going to be challenging. And it's kind of out of that context that the Carter Center and the Baker Institute have tried to ground our work. In 2024, we worked together on guiding principles for election administration and have really kind of have that as the center and backbone of our work together. We have two core goals built into that set of guiding principles. Equitable access, all the issues about making sure people have access to the polls, how to make that happen, how to ensure that's there, and the integrity of election results. And they kind of fit, where the parties are and the kinds of issues that they champion more often right now. It will probably flip again at some point in terms of which party is focused more on one of those two things. But again, equitable access and integrity of election results. Carter Center and the Baker Institute, in many ways, were perfect partners for this work. As Ambassador Satterfield mentioned, in 2005, President Carter and Secretary Baker worked together on that commission, and both of our institutes now that are here and doing this kind of work, we're both strictly nonpartisan. It's extremely important to both of our institutions that our work is guided by nonpartisan commitment. And at the same time, our institutes are named after very strong partisan leaders in both on opposite sides of the political spectrum. So strong leaders committed to their parties, committed to those parties' principles, but dedicated in their institutes to nonpartisanship. And there's a great deal of admiration and respect between the folks associated with both of these institutes, and we saw it modeled by our leaders and their interactions together. I'm not going to say much more other than to just note that there's a great set of Folks here who you'll see, elected officials, former elected officials, election administrators, policymakers, academics. There's a lot of knowledge who you'll be hearing from today. We also have participants from the Edward M. Kennedy Institute for the U.S. Senate and the Robert J. Dole Institute. And work that they have done that's been running in parallel, you'll hear about their initiative on bolstering elections, electoral institutions. And that focus on funding and resources, which is really critical because, again, those challenges around elections never go away. Resources and funding for elections are a perennial issue, and to find a more sustainable, ongoing commitment to having sufficient funding for elections is a big part of the solution. And lastly, you'll hear a lot about the focus on the redistricting issue and the challenges associated with that. So I should get out of here so we can start having you hear about these issues. Thank you.
Wow, it's great to see everybody here. It's nice turnout. Good morning and thank you for joining us. For those who don't know, I'm John Williams, something of a right-hand man to Secretary Baker, and co-director with Mark Jones of the Baker Institute's Presidential Elections Program. It's been an honor for the last 5 years for Mark and I to work with the Carter Center folks as the collaboration continues and examines how our nation conducts its elections. We broadly and specifically follow the North Star that President Carter and Secretary Baker set forth when they chaired that Commission on Federal Election Reform in 2005. At the time, they said, democracy rests on that foundation that Americans believe their elections are fair and free. So strongly did they hold that belief that they named the Commission's report Building Confidence in U.S. Elections. Some of the recommendations they made were argued strongly against, because frankly, people said, we don't need them. Voter IDs, a paper trail for computerized voting that allowed for recounts that were a little bit different than just hitting your thumb on a computer. A lot of people didn't want those things, but they recognized even if you don't need them, it's important for Americans to have great confidence that their elections are being conducted properly. At the time in 2004, when they first started, 29% of Americans held reservations that their votes were being counted, only 29% that their votes were being counted accurately. Only 24%. In the aftermath, after that 20-year period, which we've seen a lot of changes, 43% of Americans now believe have some doubt that the votes are being conducted fairly. That's an alarming 50% jump of those lacking some confidence that the essential elements of our democracy are being handled properly. During that same 20-year period, those with some confidence that election results are accurate dropped from 72% to 57%. We know a lot that's led to that, but we're heading in the wrong direction, quite clearly. One of our important institutions is losing trust seemingly daily. This is all happening at a time when the administration of elections is at an all-time high. Yes, as David said, there's occasional miscues and mishaps, but most experts will say on both sides that are really at the ground level, our elections are really at an all-time high, and the possibility of cheating is an all-time low. Last year, amid a hypercharged partisan atmosphere, the Carter Center and the Baker Institute released these guiding principles. We didn't get into the nitty-gritty of recommendations. We realized that would be a hard thing to do in this hypercharged atmosphere. But what we did want to have is some guiding principles that as local officials, Democrats and Republicans, were looking at reforming their system, they could have these guiding principles that it's hard to disagree with them. That could be a basis. And one of the reasons we didn't get in the nitty-gritty is there are over 8,000 unique jurisdictions, voting jurisdictions in the country, and each one of those has maybe a little bit of difference from one another. We couldn't find a one-size-fits-all approach. The goal was essentially to replace political gamesmanship with pragmatic solutions that come at the local level. In the morning panel, the experts will discuss those guiding principles as well as the obstacles to achieving them. And they will assess how these pressures are undermining our goal for having a better democracy. As part of their discussion, we have another collaboration, and I think we're starting to see more of these. This one's between the Kennedy Center and the Dole Institute, of people that, former elected officials, people that have the nation's best interest in place rather than their own political paradigms. So they're going to discuss the report that they came out this summer about the lack of sustained funding, adequate staffing, and necessary technology. All of these all these problems challenge election administrators. Meanwhile, since 2000, Ben Ginsberg is, at lunch, Ambassador Satterfield will interview Ben Ginsberg, who is an invaluable member of Secretary Baker's legal team that helped George W. Bush win that critical Supreme Court decision. That court's decision, of course, put a second member of the Bush family in the White House. Ginsburg will reflect on the legacy of the Bush v. Gore decision and discuss how the landscape has changed in the aftermath. Since 2000, Ginsburg has become nothing less than a go-to expert in the field, one focused on bipartisan solutions. Although he is a longtime player in Republican efforts, he continues to call them as he sees them, and he rarely shies from challenging the current president. Finally, Mark Jones will moderate a panel looking at the shifting landscape of redistricting in states across the nation. Our state, Texas, of course, is the epicenter of this phenomenon. They will discuss what's happening with the mid-decade redistricting, how it's affecting existing laws, and they will consider the broader implications of electoral fairness, representation, and voting rights as we move forward in the aftermath. Please note that on your table, there's paper and pencils. If you have question and answers, there will be people coming by during the conferences. We'll round them up and try to answer some of them. Again, thank you for being here with us. It should be an interesting day, and so now let the show begin. Thank you.
Well, welcome everyone again. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here, and thanks to the Baker Institute and the Carter Center for hosting such a timely event. We're very excited to have an impressive set of panelists here that we'll get to in just a minute. Our session, as John mentioned, is going to focus on the obstacles and opportunities to achieving the guiding principles for election administration that John and David just talked about. And you're going to hear more about them in just a minute. First, before diving in, just wanted to set the scene for what we're doing, the electoral context, and zoom in a little bit on the challenges that election administration are looking to face as we look to the 2026 midterm elections. First off, it's not all bleak. We have to remember the 2024 elections and even just the recent 2025 November elections showed that our election system is resilient. And that's largely due to the great heroic work of election administrators across the country. So, there are some positives, but these election officials are being asked to do more with less. And that we need to keep in mind as they are facing an increasingly hostile environment. The guardrails of our electoral process are being challenged in new ways, troubling ways. We're looking at the mid-decade gerrymandering that's happening right now that we'll hear more about later, greater executive involvement in election administration, shrinking election budgets, growing cybersecurity threats amidst cybersecurity support cuts, and the continued weaponization of false election narratives. These threats are all swirling and are placing tremendous amount of pressure on the system that's already stretched thin. So, with this in mind, I've worked on elections with David and others for over 2 decades around the world, and many of these elections were highly polarized, and where political violence and other widespread violence were at a real actual risk. And in these contexts, what we saw time and time again is that one of the key factors to holding trusted, credible elections is that there is consensus on the rules of the game by the major political competitors. And that obviously applies here in the United States, where we have an increasingly polarized environment. And that just shows our elections really, it's crucial that they remain a system that has the commitment of both parties on the basics of how elections are run. And I think that's why these election administration principles that we'll talk about more today are just so crucial. And again, kudos to the Baker Institute and Carter Center for developing these principles before the 2024 elections. And we'll hear more about that shortly. The other key element of credible elections that we've seen around the world and here in the US is they need to be funded sufficiently and reliably. And that's where a second publication comes in that we'll talk about today, the report on bolstering funding and practices for resilient elections that the Edward M. Kennedy Institute for the US Senate and the Robert Dole Institute of Politics developed earlier this year. And we'll hear more about that as well. So today's panel, we're going to explore both of these great publications and tools, and we're going to look at the findings, and we're going to talk about how these can be put in practice as we look ahead to the 2026 midterms. So with that, I'm very pleased to introduce our three panelists. First, Kim Wyman is a senior fellow at the Bipartisan Policy Center, and she has 3 decades of experience at the federal, state, and local levels of election administration. She previously served as the Senior Election Security Advisor at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA. And then before that, she was Washington Secretary of State. I'm personally proud of her being involved. I'm the Policy Director at Issue 1, and we're proud that Kim is a member of our National Council on Electoral Integrity, which is a bipartisan group of over 40 government, political, and civic leaders that are uniting around free and fair elections. And notably, she was one of the drafters of the guiding principles of election administration. So welcome, Kim. Next up, we have Adam Hines, who's the CEO of the Edward M. Kennedy Institute for the US Senate. He previously served 6 years as in the Massachusetts State Senate. He also spent nearly a decade with the United Nations working on peace efforts in Iraq, Syria, and the broader Middle East. And he's also worked in Congress on national campaigns. And then related to this discussion, he co-produced the Bolstering Funding and Practices for Resilient Elections report that we'll hear more about. Last but not least, Tammy Patrick, CEO for programs at the National Association of Election Officials and one of the nation's leading experts on election administration. She previously served as the senior advisor at the elections program to the Democracy Fund and spent more than a decade as the federal compliance office for the elections department in a county you all may have heard of, Maricopa County, Arizona. Nothing going on there. She served as a senior advisor to the Bolstering Election Initiative in this report that informs today's discussion. So with that, we'll get started. And as John mentioned, you all have cards on your table. We'll try to leave some time at the end for a few of your questions that will be funneled up to me. So first question goes to Kim. You served as one of the lead drafters of the guiding principles, as we mentioned. Could you give a quick overview of the principles and why it's so crucial to have such bipartisan standards for elections? And then thinking about how much has changed in the context over the last year, to what extent are they relevant today?
Well, I still firmly believe bipartisanship is, we can do it, and I try to live that every day. And I think I was really honored that the Baker Institute and the Carter Center invited me to be part of this effort because the election ecosystem, I think most people think they understand it, but I would venture a guess that probably most Americans don't. And I think many Americans still believe that the federal government kind of funds elections and they give us the guidelines at state level to run elections and they just happen magically. But of course after 2020, and for those of you who are old enough to remember the 2000 election, what we learned is that there's a lot of mechanics that happen at that local level that most people don't understand. And when we started thinking about the post-2020 and then particularly going into 2024, how do we take this incredibly polarized environment that now social media has just thrown gasoline on the fire and bring people together to be able to talk about elections in a way that isn't partisanly driven, that isn't trying to figure out if it helps my side or hurts your side, that what is in the best interest of the country, quite honestly. And that sounds very lofty and high level, but that's kind of where we started, is how do we take where we are now and get back to a place where we can have a conversation about how we make elections work in this country. And if you think about the ecosystem, you have, of course, the political parties who have a vested interest in the outcome, the candidates, all of those kind of grouped in an area where they love the mechanics of the election right up until they lose. And then all of a sudden they're very interested in how it works. You have the media who's covering it, and let's face it, in the media, and I'm broadly using the media to traditional media as well as what social media and the new platforms have created, who, let's face it, it's about clicks. It's about people visiting my site and going and digging deeper, and then the more that happens, the more money I make. So probably the environment we had in 2000 has really shifted. And now people can learn things about the mechanics of their local election office on the internet. And we all know that that's a good place to get information about elections. And then you have, of course, the policymakers at the federal level in Congress and in states. And the power is in the states. The state legislatures get to decide how elections are going to be conducted in their state. And you have advocacy groups who are on the left and right who are also trying to make better elections, but let's face it, they would like to see their side win a little bit more. And then in the middle of all of this are election administrators. And I kind of paint this because it's important to never lose sight of that. Those local election officials and the state leaders that run elections and influence policy and deal with all of these things I just talked about are responsible in their state for producing election results that are fair, elections that are accessible, and that have integrity. And those words have been used a lot lately as in a very partisan manner, but ultimately, always stop and think about what you're hearing about an election, because who's telling you that? And what is their motivation? And I'll get back to that in a minute. So when we sat down and started thinking about these principles, what we were trying to get was to get above the fray of what I just talked about. This isn't about making policy that helps or hurts someone in political terms. This is about making policies that are going to advance elections that people have confidence in. And how can we get that discussion out of that political fray where it's about voter suppression or it's about voter fraud, and take it a level up? And so it was tough. I mean, these conversations were really robust and good, and lots of different points of view. And we finally settled on the idea of creating principles that people should be able to agree on. For example, making elections a national priority, the #1 principle. And that there's a lot just in that one to unpack, because as you heard from what Michael said, the federal government is not funding elections. Well, that's not true. In the outcome of the Help America Vote Act, an infusion of about $3 billion went into local election offices and state election offices across the country. And it hasn't been backfilled. So it was great in the mid-2000s when we could buy new voting equipment and voting machines and all of the things to make elections better and more accurate and transparent. But now it is falling back on local election offices having to go to their county commissioner or their city council and get funding. And so I know we're going to talk a lot about that in a minute, but making it a priority not only in policy but in the budget. And there are ways to do that, and they've got some great solutions, but making it a national priority. The concept of voters having the flexibility to decide how they want to vote, having flexible options for casting their ballot. If you think about the 2000 elections, most people voted on election day. And in the 25 years since, that has radically changed. We have early voting, we have vote by mail, we have absentee voting, and it has changed the dynamic of how we run elections. But it's always got to be voter-centric. And I think when I look at the 10 principles, and I hope they're on your tables, but if not, you can look them up on the Baker Institute website. Those 10 principles, really what we're hoping are what policymakers use to think about making good election policy and having conversations where we might completely disagree politically. I might be a very far right of center person and you might be a very far left center person, but we should be able to agree that there are foundational principles of how our elections are conducted and how do we get there as a locality, as a state, and as a country, so that at the end of the day, the winners and losers may not like the outcome, but they believe that the election was well run.
All right, well, thank you, Kim. And that actually transitions nicely to a question for Adam, and then welcome Tammy to add any points as well. As Kim mentioned, the first principle in the guiding principles is about that election administration should be prioritized as a national priority and that it should be funded. So as you were involved with the report on bolstering funding and practices for resilient elections, could you tell us a little bit more about that effort and some of the key findings that came out of that related to the funding of elections?
Yeah, great. And I have to start by thanking the Institute and the Carter Center. My colleague at the Dole Institute was planning to be here, but then had some commitments up in Lawrence, Kansas that precluded that. So I send her best regards as well, because we really have locked elbows on this project. And we had a couple of objectives from the start. One is a recognition that the elections of today and the elections administrators, as you just mentioned, they used to be able to focus on the elections administration itself, and now they have to be IT experts, security experts, communications experts, legal experts, and at the same time maybe not getting the increase in resources necessary to be all of those things. And so I think we came at this from the perspective of, while our elections are trustworthy, they're also underfunded. And when they're underfunded, the chances that mistakes can happen increase. And when mistakes happen, trust in the outcomes are undermined. And you can kind of see this vicious cycle that we really wanted to hone in on. The second objective that we took on together was, from the start, making clear that this is a bipartisan issue. It must be a bipartisan concern. And any solutions must be bipartisan. There's no way to really have this any other way. And so we put our names at the top right from the beginning, in a way to signal that the example that our namesakes provided, which is, Ted Kennedy was the most partisan, passionate person you could find, screaming from the rooftops on issues he cared about, and yet there were principles of national interest that he would absolutely lock arms with Bob Dole and others. And we have example after example of that. And so we're not saying that you need to compromise your principles to take on this work together. What we're saying is, this is the way you're going to achieve your principles when you do it together. And I was guilty of this myself. You mentioned I was a state senator. Unfortunately, the first questions that are raised when you talk about how we're going to improve or update our elections infrastructure and structure systems, the first question that's asked is often, is it going to help the Democrats or Republicans? They don't tell you if I'm for or against it. And that's the exact wrong first question to be asking. So what we did, we put 20 experts together, U.S. commissioners for the U.S. Election Assistance Commissioners, secretaries of state. We had a convening in Lawrence, Kansas. And then that opened up the next round of academics participating, analysts, experts. You'll hear from Ben Ginsberg over lunch. He was one of them, we're proud to say. And they grappled with these difficult questions of how does America fund its elections? Tammy's going to take you through why that's a difficult question to answer. But lifting up the hood on our election system is surprisingly complex in the first instance. And then the other question they grappled with is, well, how should we fund our elections? And a lot of good ideas are kind of coming together in the past year through this report, through work elsewhere. I was just recently at Auburn University where they explicitly said, what are some new and interesting ways that can be applied, and you can pick from the menu in your local states and counties. It doesn't have to be one size fits all, but how do we generate revenue for this critical infrastructure?
Excellent. Well, thanks, Adam. And Tammy, I do have a separate question for you, but first I'd like to give you an opportunity to add any points you want related to the report.
Yeah, if I could just add on to that real briefly. And first, it is an honor to be here, and it has been an honor to participate in the Kennedy and Dole report. When Adam first reached out to me...
You say participate. You wrote it, you read it, you designed it. But anyway.
I participated. Heavily. But I will say that it was such an honor, because what I really wanted to do is here we are, we've got the Carter Baker example. Fast forward, and there was, as was mentioned, Ben Ginsberg is here, there was the Presidential Commission on Election Administration about 12 years ago now, 10 years ago, and I served on that commission, a bipartisan commission that had legs. That report is still being used definitively and authoritatively today, and we needed another example. So when it came to the funding of our elections, there's some real questions around who funds this great experiment. And that's where, the conversation earlier to David's comment about the evolution of election administration. It is a constant improvement in an environment where things change constantly. But the very first thing we have to recognize is across this room and viewing online, people use different taxonomy, different names for who conducts their election. Is it the county clerk, auditor, supervisor? Is it a Secretary of State, a state board of elections? So the very first thing we need to recognize is in some states it's top down and the state is paying a portion of the conduct of the elections, maybe reimbursing on a per registered voter model. In other states, it's completely done by the local election authorities. So that's a real shift in how these things are happening. The other thing we need to recognize, and this is all in the intro to the report, is when we look across the country, 75% of our election offices serve 8% of the country's voters. That makes sense. There are a lot of rural offices. And 8% of our election offices in this country serve 75% of the nation's voters. Now, thankfully, those numbers are the same, flip-flop, so it's easy for me to remember. But that just demonstrates the challenges that we have when it comes to who's conducting our elections, who is being funded for it. A third of our election offices don't have a full-time employee. A third. Because they're wearing many hats in these rural jurisdictions. So one of the things that we really wanted to do in this report was take a look at the spectrum of how funding occurs, to think about, is this efficient? Imagine, we talked about federal dollars, imagine you get paid and you never know if you're gonna get paid again. You might have gotten paid really well when we think about the Help America Vote Act infusion of dollars 25 years ago, 20 years ago. But if you don't know if you're ever getting paid again, you're gonna sit on that money. And then when you ask for more money, Congress is gonna say, you haven't spent the other money because we don't have a consistent funding stream. And I think that's probably one of the main points of the report is we need to have consistent funding. Even if it's not at the level of what we want, knowing what you're going to be getting helps you to budget, helps you to more effectively administer to the needs of your voters.
Well, thanks, Tammy. And actually, just to follow up on that, as we've talked about, local election officials play such a crucial role in building these trusted elections. So in actually your report, you found that local governments actually bear by far the majority of the costs for elections, despite contrary belief that the federal government is the one that's funding most of the elections. So could you speak to the environment that these local election administrators are operating in, amidst the funding cuts, private funding bans, reduced cybersecurity support, as we mentioned, unfunded mandates, evolving technology? What would you say about the environment they're operating in and some of the challenges they're facing?
I had a selfish ulterior motive when we started writing this report, and that was that I wanted to get out a couple of really important points. I've already said a couple of them, the 75 and 8 and the 35%, or a third not having full-time employees. The other one is in Charles Stewart's report and chapter in the report, I should say, around who does pay for our elections and who do the voters think pays for it. So in his survey, the general public thinks that the federal government pays 44% of election costs, they pay 5%. They believe that 33% of election costs are shouldered by the states, they pay 10%. And they believe that their local government is paying 23% and they pay 85% of the costs. So it's the exact opposite of what people believe. So when we think about asking voters to weigh in on how funding should happen and where it should happen, there is a complete disconnect between what is reality and who's paying for this and how, in fact, we can get it paid. One of our authors, Zach Moore, recently shared that local offices pay $3 to $5 billion a year to support elections across the country. So Kim mentioned the Help America Vote Act and the few $1 billion we got 20 years ago. Doesn't go very far. So all of that is to say that, and I want to keep bringing us back to 2000 because so many things have changed, and Adam mentioned, after Bush v. Gore and what happened in Florida, there has been a real focus on uniformity across the states, on voter intent, on improved mechanisms of using technology to be able to more effectively, efficiently, and more quickly determine results. But it's also the case that in that uniformity of practice, we still have challenges when something goes wrong or when someone doesn't have the money to pay for it, because we've seen a real stepping back of the federal government to fund any sort of structure, any sort of government project at the state level and local level. And whether or not that is related to the elections, it's going to have an impact on that elections office. One of the other points in the report is from Auburn University, and they did a survey of the National Association of Election Officials, where I'm the chief program officer, and they found that on average, the elections office budget is 0.54% of the county's entire budget. 1/2 of 1%. So if you doubled the elections department budgets, it might be 1% of the county's budgets. That is really difficult to maintain proper training, communication of voters, and all of these other things in an environment where, as the funding is shifting, because we started this a year ago, and things have changed dramatically just in that year. And so the conclusion we had to kind of tack on at the end of the report, because things have changed and not necessarily for the better.
Yeah, thanks for illuminating those points, Tammy. And I'll go back to Kim with a question about election officials, staying on the theme. These brave election officials are facing unprecedented levels of intimidation, harassment in recent years, despite the impartial bipartisan work that they're doing. So what more can be done to through policy, through public messaging, to better protect election officials and to elevate the heroic work that they're doing?
Oh, well, first, again, I go back to comparing 2000 to the 2020 election, and so much of what was happening in 2000 happened in 2020, and the big difference really was social media and the new platforms. And of course, COVID was just another layer on top of that. So I think most election officials, we were heads down. I was Secretary of State at the time. I was a local election official in 2000, and you're just heads down trying to get the work done. And in the aftermath of 2020, when the threats started happening, each of us were so siloed, as we all were during 2020. I don't think anyone really realized what was happening across the country, because we weren't meeting like this. We couldn't meet in person. We weren't having conferences. And so in 2021 and 22, we finally started doing that and started sharing stories and realizing that, wow, this was happening across the country. And things started happening. The Bipartisan Policy Center, for example, said, we instinctively kind of feel like people are leaving the field in droves as a result of all these threats and this hostile environment. And we partnered with UCLA and looked over that period of time, at that time, 22 years. And what we found was in 2000, the turnover rate of chief election officials in particular was about 28%. And that's what you'd probably expect, with retirements and just normal change of command types of things, election outcomes and that type of thing. And then we looked at the turnover rate in 2021, and it had jumped. It had jumped by 10%, but I think it's more complex than just the threats. It was this change, and you just alluded to it, Adam. When I became an election official in the 1990s, I needed to be an expert on election law and understand the administration. By 2000, I had to be an IT expert. 2016, I had to be a cybersecurity expert and still be an expert in the other three. And by 2020, I had to be a communications expert to deal with all of the misinformation and disinformation that was coming at us. And so I say all that because it's a lot. And after a while, you just go, why am I doing this? my 28, well, okay, it's probably more than that. I'm dating myself. This, $60,000 a year job is really ruining my health. And so what we saw in 22 is that that had increased to 38%, so 10% increase over 20 years. They went back and looked at the data after 2024, and now we're seeing it's up to 42% turnover. So there is definitely a trend happening. It is happening across the country. It is happening in big counties. It is happening in small jurisdictions. And I think that, again, that ecosystem is working very hard. I think what election officials are doing is they're focusing on planning and training and doing things to prepare for all of these threats that could be coming at them, from physical security threats of an insider, somebody trying to tamper with a machine on election day in a polling place, to cybersecurity threats that could be coming from our foreign adversaries, to disinformation that's spread not only by domestic people, but more importantly by our foreign adversaries. And I say all of this because it's got to be a whole of country effort. And it can't just fall on election officials. These threats are facing are real. We have seen election officials have people drive by and shoot at their homes because they didn't like what they were doing. Not okay. So I get all emotional, and a few of the people in the room know this, but we are doing some great things around that. One of the things is a partnership between the Brennan Center and Art Street and Bipartisan Policy Center, and I'm missing someone, but it's called the Committee for Safe and Secure Elections. And this came out of that emotion that I'm obviously feeling today. Sorry. We met in 22 in Tampa, and what we realized was that election officials were under the stress. When we would call the FBI and report these terrible threats, we would call our local law enforcement and nothing happened. And talk about a level of frustration, a guy just threatened my life and you can't do anything about it. So we all got in a room with election officials from around the country and law enforcement officials. And it was a very interesting conversation, so a lot of tears. But what we found was that just because somebody says something horrible doesn't mean it's actionable in a legal sense. And that people have a First Amendment right to say really horrible things. And apparently they do, especially on social media. And so in having these conversations with law enforcement, we realized a few things like we need to be talking now, because we deal with election law in our state every day of the year as election officials, but law enforcement officials deal with it maybe 1 or 2 days a year. They don't know the statutory framework of what they can and can't do. And you layer on top of that, we have a rich history in this country of law enforcement being in a polling place being a real problem. And you have some states where that can't happen, it's prohibited by law, and you have other states where they're required to have a law enforcement officer in the polling place on election day. So you have this just sea of regulation and laws that need to be applied. And so we started working together, and some great things came out of it. For example, there are now these little pocket books that came from Neil Kelly in Orange County, California, who was a former law enforcement officer. He said, I don't know the laws in elections, but if I had it in my pocket, I could pull it out and I would know what I could or couldn't do to enforce the person who was protesting the drop box on election day. And so now every state in the country has one of these pocket guides that can be handed out to law enforcement officials. But more importantly, we started a discussion between local law enforcement and local election officials to get a better understanding of what those lanes are on election day. What happens when you get a bomb threat called into a polling place? What happens when you have someone disruptive in a voting center who is disrupting people's ability to cast a ballot? And who's going to make the call of what happens? And so those types of things are happening, and I think need to continue. Funding is obviously an issue and a part of that as well. But I think most of it is election officials just need the resources to be doing the planning that they're going to be doing right now till 2028 of getting ready for the biggest election and probably the most high-profile election we've had in our lifetimes. And I could go on and on, but I'll stop now.
Thanks, Kim. And you can just see the passion and the solidarity amongst, former election officials with current and the challenges that you face. So you really brought that out very clearly. And I'll just have to say, issue 1, we're going to be putting out a report on election staff turnover as well, focus on the western states next month, that kind of dovetails on the BPC report that you mentioned, and it looks at the reasons why people left too. And to preview, one of the most important reasons why people left was actually personal reasons. It wasn't because their term ended, and that you can really tie that right back to some of the challenges you just mentioned of why they had to leave. There's still time, as you mentioned. There's still time before 2026 to address some of these difficult challenges. Adam, I'll turn it over to you. A quick question for you on just how deeply polarized our climate is right now. Conversations about election administration inevitably circle back on just how challenging it is to run elections in these intense partisan pressure moments. Do you still see space, opportunity for advancing cross-partisan efforts to support credible elections? Do you see any encouraging examples or practices through your work that we can put our hats on of hope on?
Well, I'll pick up on your last phrase. Put it on the backs of our stay focused on our election administrators is, I think, how you, I don't know if you're rising above or staying below the bipartisan rancor and partisan rancor, I should say. That's what we've seen in our conversations in the symposium. When you do that, you can kind of rise above the fray a bit and say, here's what we need, security-wise, here's what we need in terms of resources. And I love this anecdote that we heard in Lawrence, Kansas, and one of the county administrators, if I remember well. She essentially said, if we want to get the resources we really need and deserve in the context of 0.5% of a county budget being spent on elections, we need to paint all of our elections materials Caterpillar yellow, and maybe we'd get some attention because they might think it's for paving our streets and the like, and we might get the money after all. And then I had that conversation, and then I was back in the small town that I grew up in with more cows than people, probably about 1,200 people, and the town clerk there, who wears about 7, 8, 9 different hats, also processes the marriage licenses and everything else. She has to raise her own money for anything that's slightly outside of the allocated budget. So she wanted to put some signage out so that people knew where to vote. Not a big ask. She had to put a bake sale together. I'm not making this up. Is that the way we should be running American elections? And so, that's one way to focus. When people hear those types of stories, you're able to say, okay, maybe we can, let's be very tangible and objective. And then the second piece is making sure it's local voices as well. And so one of the strategies here is a report like ours, or just even having this information that we're talking about generally, is put it in the hands of local voices, trusted voices, folks who get the culture of state politics and how the legislature works, and they're the ones operating and saying, hey, this is how they're raising money somewhere else, can we try that over here? And then it becomes very tangible, becomes very local and trusted, and I think that's one of the strategies we're seeing works and trying to employ ourselves.
Good. Well, I like to hear some positive examples and some encouraging signs of hope, because we've done a lot of doom and gloom out here.
Yeah, we just have to all run bake sales.
Right, that's one way. Now, to return to the doom and gloom, but maybe offer to some solutions, I want to ask actually each of you to weigh in on a question related to, and I'll start with Tammy on this one. Thinking ahead to 2026 elections, what maybe are the top 1 or 2 challenges that keep you up at night? What are the things that you worry the most about, and how should we prepare for those challenges?
There's a saying that we have that we've adopted in elections is that we want our elections to be cheap, fast, and accurate, but you only get to pick 2. So which 2 is it going to be? And as we have closer and closer elections, because let's be really, really clear, Bush v. Gore, close election. Other close elections in more recent history, when there's a close election, there's more scrutiny, there's more questions about the legitimacy of the election, Every single state has a channel, a mechanism to challenge the election if in fact there's any sort of malfeasance, illegality, but there must be truth and evidence and facts that come to bear in the court of law. So what keeps me up at night is that in this environment, we have election officials that it's not that they have the funding to sustain and maintain, they're getting cut. I had talked to a local clerk in Colorado, a staff of 10. She has to cut 3 full-time positions. They're still conducting all the same number of elections. They're still doing all the same amount of work, but there isn't the property tax there to support it. So we're not talking about being able to do all the things that election officials would like to do. We're in this moment, we're talking about how do they maintain and be even more creative, do more for less, more with less, and that's something that we talk about quite a bit. The good thing, so if I can put a good spin, is that we do have some improvements that have been made in the last 20 years in this great experiment. More voters are voting on paper ballots. Almost all voters are voting on paper ballots. Almost all states have some form of rigorous auditing of the election, and risk limiting audits, post-election audits, different types of audits of different parts of the system are becoming more and more prevalent and more robust. So we have the ability to make sure that the outcome is legitimate. And all places have observation and transparency that's available to the general public should they have concerns to be able to watch. But we know that from polling, people believe that their local elections are being pretty well run. They know that auditor, they know that supervisor. They're pretty sure things are okay across the state, although everyone wants to point to the cities as though the cities are always the problem. But when you look at other states, now that's where all the problems are. And one of the things that as a community of election professionals, we have to commit to not throwing our colleagues under the bus that play by different rules. All election officials are conducting elections under the rules of engagement that their legislatures have passed and that the political parties have agreed to going into the election were the rules they were going to participate under. So we need to hold everyone accountable. When accountability needs to be held, we need to get involved and make sure that the transparency stays, because with this shift in the workforce, we are losing institutional knowledge. We need to make sure that our election officials are funded not just for conducting the election, but so that they can receive training, that they can participate in their state association, that they can go to national conferences to learn better ways to do things. The one last anecdote I'll leave you with is as an employee at Maricopa County, I went to an election center, a National Association meeting, and I heard from the post office on a little thing called address correction services. And I went home and realized it was going to save just one department in the county $300,000 every election cycle, because we didn't have to hire temporary staff to come in and key this information. We could get the data directly from the Postal Service. So when it seems like, well, we shouldn't really be sending our election officials off to, to this conference somewhere, it actually is an investment not just in your people, but in the evolution of the experiment. And so that's what both keeps me up at night or wakes me up at night, but allows me to fall back asleep eventually.
Glad you're sleeping well, despite the challenges. And it's great to hear some practical solutions in terms of sharing, across peer-to-peer relationships across election officials. So same question to you, Kim. Top one or two challenges that keep you up at night, and any thoughts you have about how we can kind of prepare for those challenges.
I think the biggest one, it really dovetails into what Tammy's talking about, is just this disparity between well-resourced, usually large jurisdictions and counties who run elections, and the medium and small-sized counties. The large ones, quite honestly, they're going to be able to absorb it, and I use Washington as an example. You have King County, where Seattle is. Julie Wise has a staff of a few hundred people. She is well-resourced. Now this is also coming out of the closest governor's race in 2004 in Washington State, where it was like Bush v. Gore all over again, but it was very local. And they, over time, King County was their funding was increased and their structure was changed in a very positive way. So when things change in law or the climate, Julie and her team can really adapt. And then I compare that to Adams County, Washington, which is over in eastern Washington, where Heidi Hunt has a staff of 2, herself included, who run elections for her 10,000 or so voters. And she just doesn't have that bandwidth. She's, Julie has a team of IT professionals in her county. Heidi's lucky if she has an IT person in the county, let alone in her office. And so, I say all this in the shifting of what's happened at the federal government, particularly with CISA, and the resources that were made available from really 2017 to about 2024. Local governments were getting some pretty high-level cybersecurity and physical security support from a variety of federal agencies, and most of that now is gone. And so what keeps me up at night is how is Heidi Hunt going to fill that gap? Is she feeling it directly? Probably not. But boy, if she has an attack from an Iranian, bot farm, or a Russian bot farm, or whatever, Heidi Hunt is facing our foreign adversaries. And before she had the federal government she could fall back on, and now that may or may not happen. And so what I worry about is that connectivity that we built up over those 8 years or so of counties giving information and sharing information with the federal government, local municipalities talking about what's happening in their county and that they may have had a cyber incident and reporting it to the FBI, reporting it to DHS. Now I'm not sure that's happening. And what keeps me up at night is it changes your ability to assess the threat landscape that you're facing at the local level. I think what's good and the positive piece and the piece that gets me back to sleep at night is that there is this whole of the election administration community, and that's nonprofit groups, that is groups like Issue One, who are really bipartisan policy center, got to promote the team, right? Really trying to work together and support and fill those gaps that are being created. But it takes people in communities. And really what we're seeing is organizations that are trying to get to that community level and provide poll workers, provide election extra help, provide education, and not just reading that thing on social media that says that whatever happened, but actually finding out how elections are run and what they can do to go to their Rotary Club and share that, I went and observed the election on Tuesday, and this actually is what's really happening on the ground here. And not only do I know what's happening in our city, or in our county, but I know it's happening across the country in election offices just like this.
Thanks, Kim. Yeah, you're highlighting there of the electoral cybersecurity challenges and the threats, and at this point at least, the lack of coordination is concerning. Hopefully there's time between 2026 and certainly 2028 to help address those issues.
And just so I don't leave it on a gloom and doom note, election officials across the country are working very hard on these issues, and they are sharing information. In fact, I will give a shout out to Tammy and her team. They are doing some really great work in states to help them, if they don't have an association for their election officials, to create one. And part of that is the training piece. Part of it is working with their legislatures, some of the basic things of good policy making. And these are Republicans and Democrats coming together at the local level, who go to their state legislature and they make policy recommendations that are in the best interest of their voters, not political party, even when they're partisanly elected. And so the work is happening in the cyber and physical security area as well.
Yeah, that's great. And that's just a testament to the passion, to the dedication that there is at the local level. Adam, I'll turn to you on the same question of things keeping you up at night around the elections, but also ways we can help mitigate against some of those challenges.
I have a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old at home, so I'm always awake, and but when I'm sleeping, I'm dreaming about now. I take a different approach on this. You mentioned spending about 10 years in the Middle East, always involved in conflict negotiations, especially in Iraq, Jerusalem, and Syria. And by the way, always overlapping with Ambassador Satterfield. And I hope you all realize you have a rock star in American Foreign Service here at your service. And I just told him on the side of the stage that he forever changed my view of American diplomacy and the power of diplomacy by watching him in action. And I don't say this lightly. I had the honor of being with him in Condoleezza Rice's office, in New York UN headquarters, in Baghdad, and he so forcefully convince rooms full of people that when America has identified its interests overseas, it will achieve its interests, and in a diplomatic environment. And it's forever changed the way I view diplomacy. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox here. But as a result, you are incredibly lucky to learn from that and his experiences. But as a result, I think my take on what keeps me up at night is once you see countries and societies and communities break up into teams, that's what we're confronting in a lot of these places I just mentioned. Once that happens, look out. That's when you need to be aware of anti-democratic behaviors and tendencies and excuses and looking the other way and justifications. And I think that's scary to me. The solution is also leaders. We often see that the leaders are signaling what's acceptable behavior, what's acceptable next steps. I mean, we're talking about some major changes happening in our country around gerrymandering, led by leadership. And so I think the solution is often going to come from the leadership level as well. When leaders are reinforcing norms, when leaders are saying, okay, this is too important for partisanship, we're going to work together. So I think that's really front of mind for me. What I love about what we're hearing today and what we're seeing the Carter Center and others work on, all of you, is when you can convince people that, when you show them what's being done to ensure their elections are secure and trustworthy, they believe you. And how you educate to scale is a big issue. And it's always in the back of my mind of if we can get that out there, and it often takes money, as Tammy pointed out earlier, if it's not mandated, then it won't happen. And I think we need to be a little more serious about that.
Great. Well, we'll do one more round of questions, and then we might have a few from the audience. So I want to give you each a chance to highlight, thinking about your work on whether it's the Bolstering Elections Report or the principles, what opportunities do you see for advancing the findings and or principles, and just any kind of last message you would want to leave, like, top 2 or 3 recommendations for us to all think about in this community looking forward to 2026. So just last opportunity to kind of highlight any last things that maybe we didn't cover in our previous questions. Tammy, we'll go ahead and start with you.
Well, if I could, I would ask you to download the report, read it. I think you will find that there are many, many authors that you recognize the names from all across the political spectrum, and they're all basically saying some of the same things. So that's something to think about. As we move into next year and next election cycles, I would hope that everyone takes effort and action like we did in 2020. Take early action. Check your voter registration, make sure it's current. Request a ballot early if you're going to request a ballot. Go and vote early in person if that's what you're going to do. So if there are any issues, if there are any challenges, it'll all be taken care of well in advance. So I want to make sure that everyone thinks critically about the information that you hear. Think about the message, the messenger, and their motivations, and get engaged. There are lots of opportunities, whether it's a poll worker, an observer, but most importantly, speak up. When you know something is not correct, or you know someone is saying one thing into the microphone and something else when they're not on the record, that's a problem, and we need to hold people accountable. I think it's only then that we as people in this country can make sure that our elections are representative and are safe, secure, and accessible. Because it is up to each and every one of us to do what we can, when we can, and I think the time is now.
Thank you very much. Kim, we'll go to you.
I keep thinking back to 2020 and how, as election officials, we had to really learn a lot about messaging and communications. And now, as we're here going into the 26 midterms, I think don't lose sight of your influence in not only your circles of family and friends and coworkers and people that you associate with, but in your community. What we found, and it goes to what Tammy was just talking about, how people, people just like Congress, people like their local election official, they like their local congressman. But Congress is the problem. The election system, those people in that other state are the problem. And I think it starts with that basic education of that circle of influence that each of us hold. I know someone did a study, and I'm blanking on who it was, but we were looking at how do we get the message out about how elections are run in this country. And what they found is that the trusted voices in communities are the number one, and this one surprised me at the time and still does, was first responders. Local law enforcement and firefighters, which that makes sense if you think about it in tandem, and veterans, business leaders. And so I point that out because one of the things that happened in 2020, in the aftermath of 2020, was this, or maybe it was during 2020, during COVID, was engaging the veteran community across the country. And there's a great organization called Vet the Vote and We the Veterans, a couple of organizations that really have tried to engage military personnel, veterans and their families in the election process, being poll workers, being election workers, that type of thing. Because what they found is, and I know this from personal experience, it was far more impactful for a veteran in my community in Lacey, Washington, to talk about how elections are run in Washington State than anything I could have ever said as Secretary of State. And so that's where we have to start. And that is the thing that gives me hope, is that the more we can be transparent about how elections are run, but more importantly, how we talk about it in our communities, in our circles of influence, online and in those communities we are in our political circles, whatever it is, those conversations matter. And I can't remember which one pointed it out, but also how you talk about it. I even heard it last night at dinner. Oh yeah, but that was vote by mail ballots. I'll tell you, we know that there's problems with fraud. Oh dear God, I just spent 20 years making sure that those elections were secure. And I think that it's so easy to point to another state that does things differently than your state does. And it doesn't matter which state we live in. I went from a state that was very heavily vote by mail, and I now live in a state that is very poll side oriented. And it's very difficult for me to get an absentee ballot. That was a big shift for me. But that doesn't mean that those two systems are problematic on either side, the suppression or the fraud side. They are what they are. And we should respect that a state chooses to do something differently and not assume that it is trying to suppress voters or trying to commit fraud. And I can't remember now the quote from the original Carter-Baker report, but we can't assume that just because a Democrat is advancing a policy idea that it's designed to create fraud, and just because a Republican introduces a piece of policy that it's designed to suppress voters. We have to get beyond that, and that's where the principles, I think, get back to a common ground where if we can agree on this, maybe we can come up with a policy that is bipartisan in nature. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's the key. That's the heart of it all, as we talked about in the beginning. Adam, over to you. Any last thoughts or recommendations you want to highlight?
Sure. I think from my perspective, again, maybe I'm using my lens as a former state legislator. It feels like it's time for our legislative bodies, be it Congress and at the state level, to do an accounting. Do we have the sufficient funds for what we're asking of our elections administrators? Something that I was hit over the head on constantly was not another unfunded mandate, and yet that's often how it lands. And so doing that work at the committee level or otherwise, commissions, there are lots of ways to go about it. It's time, it's long past time, and then the solutions and how you raise the money can be generated locally as well. And I mentioned this Auburn University effort. There's going to be a publication out soon, I believe, highlighting some of these creative ideas, and so I think there's a nice menu developing out there. And then finally, I would just say, even though we keep talking about bipartisanship, this is about this is not trying to quell passionate partisan debates in the marketplace of ideas on policies. We have to let 100 flowers bloom. But it is about saying, let's make sure the infrastructure for allowing our partisan and very strongly held beliefs is solid. And so focusing on that infrastructure in a nonpartisan way is really has to be the focus moving forward.
All right, we have lots to chew on. I hope everyone took diligent notes because we just heard a lot of solutions. And now, we do have a couple of good questions that I wanted to hit before we wrap up. One question relates to AI, the use of AI in elections, and this is particularly related to AI in election administration. So whoever would like to respond to this question, I'm sure people have thoughts on it. Essentially, could AI enhance efficiency, faster ballot scanning, processing, handling requests from the public? How can election offices balance the potential for AI to enhance the overall election efficiency with some of the risks? And I'll welcome any thoughts. Maybe Tammy, you want to start on that one? I see you nodding.
Yeah, so there are election offices across the country that are leveraging AI, not for the examples that were given there, which have to do with the scanning of ballots and counting of the votes, because oftentimes that has to go through a certification process for the voting systems themselves. They have to be tested. So it's not the case that at this point in time there's any voting system that's leveraging AI for that functionality. But what election officials are using it for are things like the chatbot on their website. They're leveraging it to make sure that it's answering questions that are being asked from their voters and informing it from the content that they're providing it. It's cutting down on the number of phone calls they're receiving. It's cutting down on the number of staffers that have to sit in call centers. There are others who are using it for resource allocation. How many pieces of voting equipment, how many voting booths, how many poll workers do we need at that community center, at that elementary school, at that church, to make sure that their resources are being allocated correctly and appropriately? So there are ways in which AI is being used to improve the process and being able to increase the efficiencies that they are able to serve their voters. How they're finding out about these different tasks is by going to state association meetings, coming to the election center, going to different activities across the country, and that, of course, all uses money, but it does come back and pay for itself in the long run. And it also increases the ability for voters and the electorate to get accurate and correct information. Whether or not that's going to balance out the negative aspects of what we're going to see with AI remains to be seen, but election officials have had to be very scrappy, and so they are, in fact, experimenting with some of these things to see what they can do to use this new technology in a way that's for good.
Great. Would you like to add anything, Kim or Adam, or no?
Go ahead.
Pretty
There's a
much
bunch of
covered it?
questions, yes.
Okay, here's an interesting one regarding who runs elections. So, as folks like at the Carter Center know around the world, political parties or elected officials are not the ones who run elections. They are nonpartisan election commissions or otherwise. So this question relates to, is there a possibility of having sort of a third party, non-governmental or nonpartisan management of elections in the United States? Anybody want to jump on that one?
We've been, how long has the Election Center been around? 40 years?
40 years.
Yeah, at least 40 years have been working to that effort. And I think you can see it in states across the country where they have tried to really make the administration of elections, basically like the referees on the football field. They're the ones who are making sure that we all know what the rules are and we're going to play the game to those rules. And with that, it's in this environment of, let's face it, the policymakers are elected. And the policymakers, my experience at least, and with my legislature in Washington is, gosh, that system kind of works well because I got elected. Why would we want to change it? Why would we want to bring in a new type of voting primary, for example? Because the old primary worked very, very well. And so there's a resistance to change there because certainly for legislators, it's viewed from how's this going to help or hurt my party. At the bottom line, and in Washington State, they don't have voter registration by party. So the legislature, the only way that they can actually do that unofficial count is by how many Republicans and Democrats are elected in each county. or by election, by a legislative district. And so it's their informal, how many are at the statewide level? Our state leans blue, our county leans red, whichever it is. And so I think you can never take that partisanship out of it. And I think that even those elected officials who run elections, I was one of them, I was elected as a Republican. But that administrative part, it is the thing, and I've seen this in every state I've been in, and I've been in almost every one of them. I have colleagues and have worked with people in every state in the country, and I can tell you, they may be elected in a partisan manner. By and large, once they take on the job, they are there to do the job, to follow the law. It doesn't matter what is going to benefit or hurt my party. My job is to follow the law. Now, I'm sure there are some exceptions, there always are, but I think as a culture in the election community, that's the culture. Is our job is to follow the law, and that's a powerful thing. And I think that transcends nonpartisanship, actually.
If I could add to that just
go
real
ahead.
quickly. So I had the privilege of working under Helen Purcell in Maricopa County. You're going to hear a lot about the Purcell principle moving forward in the next year, I have a feeling, because I've heard a lot about it in the last couple of weeks. And the thing that she instilled in us is that you leave your party hat at the door. When you're at work, you're at work. It doesn't matter if you were elected. It doesn't matter if you were appointed as a partisan way. It doesn't matter if you are serving on a bipartisan team and you're a DNR or an independent and a libertarian or whatever. You are not there to represent your party. You're there to make sure in a good faith effort that the integrity of the process goes forward and is maintained. And I will say that I have known this woman here for a long time, and it was years and years and years before I ever had any idea what political party she was affiliated with. When I was on the Presidential Commission on Election Administration, we were pulling together panelists, people I'd known for a decade, 2 decades, and Ben would say, well, what party are they? Because we want to make sure we have partisan balance. And I would say, I have no idea. And he'd say, I thought you knew them. And I said, I do, but I don't know what party they are. I literally had to go and look at their websites from their campaigns, and in some cases had to go look at the election results to see what letter was behind their name. So that, to me, just demonstrates that our election professionals, they go into this business because they believe in the foundation of what this country is based upon. And that's why they stay in it, because it's not for the pay, and it's not for being yelled at in the grocery store, and it's not for getting shot at in their homes. And that is absolutely still happening in the United States of America. And that's unfortunate. But they are steadfast in making sure that the votes are being counted accurately under the rules of engagement that they've been given.
Great, thank you so much. We have one more question, and I think we have a few more minutes, so if each of you would like to comment on this or not, that's fine. Interesting question about mobile voting or voting with your phone. They wanted to, I'll broaden the question slightly, but the question is about Bradley Tusk's book, Vote with Your Phone, and what are our thoughts on that, but I'll just broaden the question in terms of maybe the pros, cons, and or warnings about potentially moving to systems that involve voting with people's mobile phones in an unsupervised environment outside of polling stations. Any thoughts on that?
I'll take it.
All right.
So in 2000, my county did a little experiment with a mobile voting app, and we did it. It was a non-binding presidential primary, and I wrote a paper on it in 2000, and my opinion hasn't changed. Our voters loved it. It was wonderfully slick. It was great. It was all the things. But 2 things came to mind when I reviewed it all. The first one was, I thought about it in terms of my parents and my children. You know, my children kind of expect that we're going to vote on our phones at some day. My parents would never trust it. And, you know, so that is probably for me the foundational thing, is how do you get people to believe it? And then I will say this in the context of the 2000 election. And let's balance, I like being bipartisan. So 2000 election or the 2020 election, so we get, both sides have been on the losing side of the equation. You think about the emotion that came out of those elections, and those of you who remember 2000, it was just as emotional, you just didn't have the internet. And the passion people felt, and when they heard something that riled them up, they believed it. In that environment, people are not rational. And we know this because they believe ridiculous stories about satellites influencing the vote from Venezuela. I can't even keep up with all of them. And so I say that because when you get into the throes of an election, people don't believe logic anymore. They believe that something is wrong. And when you have a piece of paper that you can hold up, and we experienced this in the Rossi-Gregoire governor's race, we can look at this paper and you can see a vote for Rossi and I can see a vote for Gregoire. And we can debate it and everything. We may never agree. But there's something about holding that tangible piece of paper in your hand. Now imagine that passion and that anger and that frustration and saying, oh, but don't worry. It was all protected, and it was, you can look through the code. You can go back and you can look through the algorithm. It's all fine. There's no way, and you think about the 2020 election, the saving grace of the 2020 election was that every single battleground state had paper ballots. And those paper ballots were able to go back and be hand counted. And many were multiple times, even by cyber ninjas. And you know what? The results didn't change. Because that's that layered security, we didn't even get into that election officials have built into the system. You have that with paper, and it's antiquated and it's slow and it's old-fashioned, but there is something about it that helps.
And I will say, to add on to that, that there are some systems that allow you to get a sample ballot on your phone, where you can go in, make your selections, and then go into the polling place, scan the QR code, verify it on the piece of equipment, print out the paper ballot. So it melds the beauty of both worlds. It just eliminates that security challenge of sending it via the internet. And there are some countries that do vote online. And have for a while, and they've experienced some challenges. So I think we're able to leverage some of the convenience facets of it while maintaining the security.
Great. Well, I think we all can agree this has been quite an insightful panel. We have heard about the guiding principles for election administration, and we've heard about the Bolstering Elections report, and all of the great recommendations and solutions that have been, outlined in those reports, and a lot of great ideas about how to carry them forward. So we have our work cut out for us in our community, the election officials, the organizations that support them. But I come away from this more hopeful than disappointed or scared. And I hope we all can sleep a little better at night after this panel. But again, I just want to thank our panelists, Kim, Adam, and Tammy. Let's give a round of applause and see them off. All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
And now dinner is served outside, lunch is served. Bring food back to the table, and we'll start Ben Ginsberg's interview with David Satterfield in about 30 minutes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed the morning's discussion and your lunch. We, of course, are going to try to divert you from the food with a very challenging discussion. Our guest today, Ben Ginsberg, is a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania. He started his career as a reporter for 4 newspapers, including the Boston Globe of great repute. After 5 years in the newspaper business, he earned a law degree from Georgetown University Law Center, where I went, I think a couple years before you graduated, and then went on to serve as general counsel for the Republican National Committee, the National Republican Senatorial Committee, and the National Republican Congressional Committee. As national counsel for the 2000 Bush-Cheney campaign, he was one of the first attorneys to join the legal team that Secretary Baker led to win the Bush v. Gore legal case that gave the White House to George W. Bush. Secretary Baker later said that he was privileged to serve as a managing partner of what might have been the finest law firm in America briefly lived during that 5-week legal battle. Since then, Ben has become one of the nation's foremost experts on electoral law, a role that has earned distinction of being on the New Republic's list of Washington's most powerful, least famous people. I think that's probably a good place to be. But perhaps Secretary Baker again described him even better. Ben is a first-class party general counsel with good instincts, organizational skills, and contacts. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me to introduce Ben Ginsberg. Ben, thank you.
Thank you all.
Let's start with a little context.
Very good.
25 years after Bush v. Gore, the various state and then Supreme Court decisions that shaped the outcome, what was its long-term impact? Does it or does it not play a role, sui generis, part of a process, in taking us to where we are today in terms of questions regarding the elections process?
Excellent question. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. I can't think of a better place to be on the 25th anniversary of Bush versus Gore than right here at the Baker Institution.
Well, thank you.
And certainly Secretary Baker was a tremendous leader. I think many of our careers were impacted so much for the better for seeing him lead us in that 36-day period that's been unique to American history. So thank you for doing this. The long-term impacts of Bush versus Gore depend a little bit on where you sit. How many people remember where they were 25 years ago? Oh, that is so rewarding to see. So Bush versus Gore is a simple jurisprudential matter, has not had a tremendous input and effect. It has been cited more in the briefs of litigators than it has been in the decision of judges. On the other hand, it certainly was a unique event. It was a watershed event. There really hadn't been anything like that since 1876. And so that had an impact on the country. It was obviously extremely combative in Florida, 2 sides arguing, doing all the things you do in a recount in a fever-pitched manner. But at the end of the day, it ended peaceably. There were no tanks in the streets. There were no riots at the Capitol. Al Gore did perhaps the most difficult thing I've ever seen in politics and give an incredibly gracious speech. I think we all appreciated the institutions and frameworks of the government of the United States and what it was, and behaved accordingly. So you can also, I think, talk a little bit about the arc of the country since probably the 1960s and the way we are today, and see some connections to Bush versus Gore. It was a pivotal moment, but it had both positive and negative impacts.
Ben, I want you to talk a little bit as we examine context about the various clocks that we're running. within the Florida state system, within the federal system, including the Electoral College clocks. And I say that from a perspective some of you in the room may have shared. I was overseas as an ambassador at that time, following this all, as was my host country, very closely. And there was a sense of shock from that distance that the Supreme Court, and I use the terms advisedly, cut short a process as opposed to letting it run to a natural outcome. You want to comment on this?
Sure. Well, to start with, you need to look at it in the context of what the Constitution says, which is there will be a new president inaugurated on January 20th, and that the term of the old president ends. And then within the Electoral College, and of course there are many debates on the advisability of the Electoral College, but the Electoral College was the rules of the road when we were going through this, and there was a safe harbor date that had to be met.
What does that mean?
Safe harbor date is when the states, if they get their slate of electors into the archivist, get it done in the states and then to the archivist on a certain date, which I think was December 19th that year. Then there is a presumption that those slates were accurate. And so all states wanted to meet that safe harbor, so there wasn't a lot of conflict over who would be allowed to vote in the Electoral College. The state of Florida also had a date in its statutes for when the election had to be certified to move on to be able to get the slate of electors for the Electoral College. And one of the things that the U.S. Supreme Court said in its decision was that the Florida Supreme Court had usurped the power of the Florida legislature and created a new deadline 12 days later than the one in the statute. And the U.S. Supreme Court felt that a Florida court could not do that, didn't have the authority to do it.
And your comment on the, quote, premature, close quote, cutting off of a, quote, natural process of reviewing those hanging chads?
Well, to take everyone back to the tumult of Florida at that time, you remember that there were many of those sort of flimsy paper ballots with those little chads on them, and there were people in counting houses holding them up and examining them. It was a process that was not consistent in the way it was applied. In other words, similarly marked ballots were counted differently in the different counting houses, both in each county and between the four counties who were counting. It was not a simple matter of letting the process play out. First of all, there was an adequate time. The Supreme Court said, and I think it's right, to get things done by the safe harbor deadline. It was also true that the counting houses were sufficiently chaotic and inconsistent that there was no uniform set of standards. So equal protection claims and evidence that we had of similar ballots being marked differently depending on who they were cast for would have been part of the court proceedings and would have been an awfully chaotic process. And so the Supreme Court, in both upholding Florida law, saying that the Florida Supreme Court couldn't act as a legislature, and the lack of rules that they put into the process, all led, I think, rightly to the decision to cut things down and go ahead with the certification.
I want to get back to the physical mechanics of how the votes were tallied, then how votes are tallied today in terms of systems in a moment. But let's talk about the role of Secretary Baker in all of this.
Yes. Secretary Baker was our leader and just a unique and incredible bundle of different talents. He was a Supreme Court expert. He knew the jurisprudence for the U.S. Supreme Court. He looked at things with a litigator's eye, which is a rarely found skill of people to be both an appellate lawyer and a great litigator. He, of course, was a savvy political operative from having run national presidential campaigns. He was perhaps the best communicator of his generation. And those skills were absolutely remarkable. The one that impressed me equally at all that is that as we were playing Nerf football within the office, he could throw the tightest spiral of any of us. It was an incredible trait. So what he brought.
Never heard that one mentioned in the review.
Well, you wanted some unique material for this. That's good. So he really had everyone understand that you had to leave your ego at the door. For this, there was no job too big, no job too small. You needed to both see the big picture. He was really good, I mean, the best I've seen, at being able to both see the big picture and sweat the details at the same time. And that proved absolutely invaluable to the effort in that incredibly tense 36-day period.
What was the relationship between the team as a whole, Secretary Baker as the head, and the other side?
Very interesting question, especially given our polarized times today. Secretary Baker and Secretary Warren Christopher, of course, were colleagues in the world of diplomacy, and so there was certainly a relationship there. The two sides fought tooth and nail during the day, but as Darrell Bristow will tell you, there were occasional 11 p.m. College Avenue meetups between the lawyers from the different sides just to talk over, as litigators do, after the day. And so I think that we all had a certain appreciation, both sides, for the unique activities we were engaged in. And so that led to sort of a commonality between us that in many ways transcended the differences.
From a model for the present, for the future of organization, how did the Secretary, given the very short timelines here and the rather unique character and complexity of this issue, how did he bring the team together?
He knew from the beginning and set out an organizational structure within about the first 2 days of how we should do it. So of course the legal mattered a lot, but he also understood, and we had a terrific group of people on the ground in the counting houses, some lawyers, some political folks, some communicators, looking at the individual ballots and knowing how to do that. He had a communications setup and structure led by Margaret Tutwiler, his old-time friend. He had a strategy group that was Bob Zellick and Josh Bolton, who
it's
led
a recreation
that.
of miniature office of the Secretary.
In many ways, yes. And it really, because of the familiarity and skill set of the people he brought, it really helped expand it. And he had the legal team divided up very astutely into all the different issues we would have to face. And there were some 60 filings, separate court cases, I think, between the state and federal courts. But he believed in specialization for people. So there was a Supreme Court team led by Ted Olson, who went on to become the Solicitor General. A state appellate team led by Barry Richard, who continues to be one of the great Florida appellate advocates. He had both federal and state litigators, and the Baker Botts folks rode to the rescue in great force with Darrell and his colleagues. There were people who concentrated on things like military absentee ballots and what issues might come before the Florida legislature in its role. So there was really specialization, and then a very kind of rewarding communal discussions that would take place between the lawyers. And it really became a team of rivals and was among the most sophisticated, high-level types of discussions and strategy that I think any of us had been a part of.
How did you balance between national level folks coming in and Florida people?
Great question, and always a challenge for any political campaign, for example, on how you did that. I think what Secretary Baker did and emphasized was that we all had one mission, and we all had to be dedicated to that mission of making George W. Bush the next president. And when people got a little bit too full of themselves, there was a talking to. But everyone, I mean, again, was really conscious and almost overwhelmed by the stakes involved and the historical nature of the whole recount. And I think that made it easier, as well as Secretary Baker setting an example for melding people together.
And with that, you had another relationship that I'm sure was critical, which was between this team working this issue and the campaign, George W., the people around him. How did that work? Was there a firewall of sorts? How did it function?
Well, there were two major activities going on. Of course, there was the recount, but believing as we did that we would win, you also had to prepare to take over an administration. So Austin was really the center of the transition, and Tallahassee was the center of the recount. And there were conference calls both in the morning and afternoon where people would sort of describe what was going on in the recount and relay that back to Austin. And people, the campaign team from Austin was frequently in Tallahassee, a number permanently.
Okay, so there was close contact
Absolutely.
throughout between
Absolutely.
the two different
Yeah.
centers for all of this.
I never picked up the phone and said, I really think you ought to do this with foreign policy. So the
recommendations.
conversations may have been a little one way in that.
So all of this is very much like a complex three-dimensional chess game. What were the key moves, the key decisions, strategies that led to the outcome that you achieved?
I think there were a number of things that really helped. Number one, we had more votes. We had more votes on election night. We had more votes after the machines were recounted automatically. We had more votes all the way through. In any recount, the team that's ahead wants sort of the law as it exists to be followed, and the side that's behind wants looser rules so more ballots can come in. The strategy was really set by the words that were on every single voting machine in the state of Florida, which said, if you want your vote to count, you got to punch the punch card, the Chad, all the way through. That was the Florida law, and that was on every single voting machine. If that standard had been stuck to entirely, we felt, we would have won easily. So we were very much for preserving what the Florida law was in that situation. And that drove all our strategies in all of the 60 court
So you
cases.
started out advantaged in a certain sense.
Narrowly, but advantaged.
Advantaged. Other critical factors?
Well, the people involved, certainly, I think, was a very critical factor. I mean, we drew on the Federalist Society and their nationwide talent of lawyers. And certainly we brought in lawyers from around the country who proved to be a huge, huge bonus. I mean, we had a third of the current Supreme Court down in Florida helping out in the recount. A number of people have gone on to be cabinet officers and governors and elected officials. I mean, it really was an incredible collection of talent. And with Secretary Baker's ability to lead a large number of folks like that, I think that really paid off. And again, we were in the position of being ahead, so upholding the law was what we sort of drove as a strategy.
Let's talk about mechanics. In the aftermath, of Bush v. Gore, what changed in terms of the physical mechanics of the manner of voting? Are punch cards still used?
No, they are not. Look, one of the positives that came out of the recount was that kicking open of the hood of American elections and seeing that sometimes there's a little corrosion on the battery cables once you kick open the hood. And so there were improvements made. I mean, the Help America Vote Act was passed in 2002, implemented in 2003. That was a much needed transfusion of funding for the US election system that I think made it better. Punch cards machines were eventually phased out. The state of Florida really led the way in producing model legislation for how to run good elections. And they run among the best elections in the country today, although that certainly wasn't the case in 2000. I think Bush versus Gore and the Florida recount gave a much larger appreciation to people about voting. And while there were certainly partisan overtones as part of that, the actual act of voting and making opportunities available was much more obvious. The Carter-Baker Commission was an important follow-on to take those lessons learned and transpose them. I think one of the other things that you learn about the American election system is that we made a policy decision 250 years ago to practice a fierce federalism and to have very local elections. So people from each community run those elections. And that's been a huge strength over the years, but it also, when you have somewhere between 8,000 and 10,000 jurisdictions, nobody quite knows how many, you have inconsistencies. And so the equal protection part of the Bush versus Gore litigation was that you have to count similar ballots the same, is kind of a ticking time bomb today in American elections. And the smart election administrators, like in your first panel, know that we need to do something to make things a bit more consistent so that all voters have the same opportunities. Some of that money has gone to improving voting machines, but there are still a lot of different voting machines and different ages of voting machines depending on the jurisdiction you're in.
Let's follow up on what you just said, the fierce federalism that has produced the very local voting structures that we have. Two things are under deep challenge right now. The legitimacy of mail-in ballots, whether a state may send out ballots itself to every registered voter, as opposed to the voter initiating the process themselves, and then the deadline for receipt of ballots to be counted, the California, to cite the in extremis case issue. Against the charge, every vote that is in by election night, midnight 1, 2 a.m., that's it, no more counts. Where do you see this going?
The U.S. Supreme Court will be dealing this term in a case brought against Mississippi on the issue of whether mail ballots can be received after Election Day, as long as they're postmarked by Election Day. So it's going to go whatever the way the Supreme Court says, I think. You know, the fierce federalism comes from Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution that says the states get to determine the time, place, and manner of their elections. That includes all the issues that you said. And there is that long, long tradition of letting the states essentially be the laboratories of democracy and knowing what works best in their jurisdictions. So I think that there are policy arguments that will take place on all those issues that you mentioned. But my guess is that we will still continue to recognize differences between states, as the Constitution says. The policy questions are going to be part and parcel of our dialogue for a while.
You want to opine on where the court is likely to come down on the issue of postmark versus receipt?
Judging where the Supreme Court's going to go is always dangerous. As an analytic matter, I would say that the black letter language of Article 1, Section 4 is pretty clear. And to the extent originalism still breathes, then I suspect states will be able to do different things. Policy debate's pretty different. I mean, the receipt of ballots after Election Day really creates much of the Petri dish sort of problems that we saw in 2020 with the delay in voting. It is not clear from the political science research that allowing ballots to come in after Election Day actually enfranchises a whole lot more people. You can move up the day that absentee ballots start so that voters have the same amount of opportunities. So that I think that policy debate is still going to go on. Mail ballots are obviously an issue that will continue to be debated among the states. Certainly a lot of discussion of them today. I was really interested to see that in the Tennessee special congressional election that just took place, where a 22-point Trump district was won by the Republican by 9 points, 40% of that candidate's votes came from early and mail voting, so that the notion of which political party kind of benefits from this, which is the root of all the fighting and legislation, is going through a little bit of a transition.
Yeah, you don't want to be hoist on the petard of striking down early voting, mail voting, only to discover whatever your partisan identification is,
right,
you've just cut off.
Well, it's very interesting.
Significant support.
Yes, and you know, if there's ever another Florida 2000, which we all hope there's not, it is interesting to know the way the bases of the political parties are changing these days. And so many sort of non-college educated blue-collar voters who were traditionally Democratic are now Republican. They tend to be low propensity voters. Many of the laws that Republicans are passing put up barriers to low propensity voters. That transition of the bases of the party has not really been embraced by the parties in the legislation that they're trying to pass in different states. So I think that's going to play out in an interesting way.
2020 to 2025, the sophistication by both parties of the quantitative analysis, the statistical endless crunching of micro numbers, which are accessible now in a way that they were not 25 years ago, to determine on all the issues you and I have just been talking about where the party is best advantaged or disadvantaged. That's something very new.
Yeah, it's very new, and you see it manifest itself in many different ways. I mean, the problem with all this statistical analysis, the Achilles heel, if you will, is that they are accurate for the past election. But son of a gun, sometimes people change their minds over the course of a 2-year period, 5-year period.
So Billy balling the national electoral process doesn't always produce your series victory.
No. Well, the current redistricting process that you're going to hear about in the next panel will be an interesting test of that, because both parties are working for their own advantage. As an old redistrictor in a previous life, you can draw districts that you think are absolutely safe, but populations change and voters' attitudes change. And what may be a sure seat from the 2024 election may not be so safe in 2026 and beyond, despite the ability to crunch numbers.
And you mentioned a phrase which I think cannot be overstated: propensity of voting. You may have a theoretical voter base who, for a national election inspired by a national candidate, come out to vote. Will they for other national candidates? will they for local senatorial
Yep.
House candidates? And what are you doing through redistricting? Are you pinking, or purpling a district that was clearly going to be blue or red?
Yes.
Where does it all come out?
A really good question. If you're an incumbent in one of those pink or purple districts, you get a little nervous about what the map drawers may be doing.
Yeah, we shared it at dinner last night. I was at a bipartisan conference to take a look at the 26 elections, and not much speculation beyond that. And the general view from both parties' representatives were redistricting may be a wash, and if not a wash, maybe just 1, 2, or 3 seat difference, if that. This is not a slam dunk by any means.
And just imagine the recounts that might be held in those newly drawn congressional districts with all the administrative challenges that could be, or voters placed in the right districts, and the time deadlines that you have for the start of a new Congress, and fewer contested seats and narrow margins. And perhaps the state lets its ballots come in really late that could be outcome determinative for control of the House.
These deadlines in the 13 or so states that are theoretically going to contemplate at least redistricting are getting awfully tight now. Mm-hmm. And if you adjust them, are there going to be challenges to that adjustment? How far can you run this up to the primaries without getting into courts?
Indeed.
Over all of this?
And of course, the Supreme Court is also considering a decision on the Voting Rights Act. And that could create unconstitutional districts.
Let's talk quickly about that. The Voting Rights Act case before the court, what implications could come from that in terms of next year?
Well, who knows is the question. There is a principle in the law sometimes invoked, probably not really consistently invoked by the courts, called the Purcell principle, that says that anything that is too close before an election should be put off to the next election. It isn't clear how that might bump up. I mean, after all, if you're declaring districts unconstitutional, then they're unconstitutional. You're not supposed to run or use unconstitutional creations.
But
you've got the Purcell principle. So there are some, I'm certainly not going to predict how that's going to come up, but there you've got some fairly difficult issues to grapple with.
So another factor, quite uncertain in terms of both outcome and impact, coming up. And when is that judgment expected?
Well, the answer is by the end of June when whenever they want.
Whenever they want. We've had out of the ordinary elections twice in the last 25 years, in 2000 and in a very different manner in 2020. And I don't want to confuse or confabulate the two different situations. You want to talk about what those differences were, their impact, and how you've talked about 2000 rather. How can the issues raised in 2020, which are inherently partisan and political, be addressed as we look to 28?
A really interesting question. I mean, first of all, there are real differences between 2020 and 2000. Like 2000 was really close. 2020, narrowest margin was 11,000 votes in a state. You don't make up 11,000 votes in a recount. What 2020 did was challenge the accuracy of some of the basics of the electoral system, as well as public confidence in the outcome of the electoral system. So I think it behooves all election officials to be very careful with their voter registration lists, with how they do mail voting, with basically doing all the logic and accuracy tests which they do with their machines to be sure the machines are tabulating accurately beforehand. And those issues will become part of 2028. The public confidence part is perhaps even more important. And I think that election officials have really responded to the challenges of their systems not being reliable in some pretty positive ways. There's far more transparency because there was a need for it, with election officials sort of opening up the doors to the election offices, letting people kick the tires of the election system, doing Ask Me Anything town halls. I mean, the downside is election officials, who are our most dedicated public servants, I think, are subject to threats and harassment like they've never been. But they have responded with being open and transparent, which is really important. And it behooves people who have doubts about the reliability of elections to get out and actually participate in those elections, to become poll watchers or election officials and see how the system actually works. There are, roughly speaking, 11 stages of the election process. And each one of those stages has a series of safeguards in it to guard against all the mistakes that might take place. It is important for election officials to explain it, and for people who doubt the reliability of systems to kind of get off the couch, turn off the TV, and go look for yourself.
If there were to be, and I think you may differ from this, the broad assumption is if the Republican presidential candidate loses in 28, there will be challenges across the nation to virtually every aspect of voting. How does the system, if it is the system, respond to that?
I think what I mentioned about increased transparency and explanations on a new scale of how things work is very, very important. It is also important for community leaders to take it upon themselves to do some kicking of the tires of the election system and be prepared to see if they find flaws. And in addition to sort of taking a look at what's going on, is to be able to raise questions and ask the election official what may be wrong, but to support the system if those questions are answered.
You are responding in a very lawyerly structured legality,
Guilty.
practical fashion, as opposed to if I lose, it's fraud. And now let's find, accuse, and single out the fraudsters everywhere, because no election can ever come out that's fair against the Republican presidential candidate. What do you do if that mentality continues?
Well, I'm not sure it'll be one-sided, first of all. Let me say that. I mean, there were recounts requested in 2016 by Jill Stein, which the Democratic presidential candidate joined in late November. So this is not a one-party phenomenon. Look, I think it's going to have to be dealt with pretty directly. I mean, it is sort of a rule of law issue. This is why I gave you a legal answer, because I think that's what ultimately matters. I think 2000 was the example of a very contentious situation that ended peaceably, and I think that's got to be the model. I mean, when you talk about the acerbic nature of a lot of these discussions today, 100% true on the national level. I think we do some work in contentious election jurisdictions today. On the local level, people are not so heated as they are nationally, that on the community, local level, people want peace and prosperity in their communities. That is a higher priority for them. And so I think that actually community involvement and discussion is a real key to being able to combat that.
Role of the Supreme Court in all of this? Tough one.
They are the final deciders. I will say in 2020, when there were a number of cases that could have been contentious, the Supreme Court and the lower courts, I thought all did the right thing in all those cases. But the Supreme Court could again become the fulcrum. I think that's the institution that should handle it.
Partisan politics are the bread and butter of America since virtually the foundation of the country. But a new phenomenon, or a phenomenon which has been growing for many decades, of polarization of a demographic, economic, social, physical, geographic location character. The precinct by precinct red and blue maps with very little shift or change between. That's been solidifying since 2020. And that's got a profound impact in all of this.
Yeah, I think you can trace it back long before 2020. I mean, this has been a long phenomenon. Probably the breakup of the Solid South politically after the Civil Rights Act and Voting Rights Act were passed. University of Texas demographer Bill Bishop's written a really excellent book called The Big Sort, describing how over the last 6 decades, I guess, demographically having nothing to do with politics, people are moving into communities with people more like themselves. The more homogeneity in the country, meaning less contact with people not like themselves.
Based on the two-sided coin of income and education, education and income. And Bowling Alone, different sociological look. Again, a phenomenal book I would recommend. To all of the desocialization, decommunitization of America. No more bowling leagues, no more Odd Fellows, no more Masons. People bowl alone. And bowling alone, you don't mix. You don't see others in that same sense.
And so that leads to sort of one-party rule in a lot of states. Trifectas, I think, in 27 of the 50 states now, or even more than that, 37 in the 50 states. That leads to sort of what the political minority in a state managed to do for representation. Polarization is a huge problem. Again, is the solution a national solution, or does it have to really take place on the community level? 2028 will be potentially an inflection point on this issue for us.
Final question before we turn to the audience's queries. If there were to be another Baker-Carter Commission, and I asked you the question, should there be, what in your view are the most important things that commission could do, at least could recommend between now and 28?
Between now and 28 is going to be difficult to implement, so this may be a
looking at 30-32.
A longer-term project. So the issue of uniformity among jurisdictions is, I think, important. That the equal protection argument that was raised. So something that does appreciate our federalist roots, but creates more consistency within states of the types of equipment that's used, from everything from voter registration to the actual counting machines. The accuracy of voter registration rolls is really important. I know Carter Baker and our Presidential Election Commission both recommended that states cross-pollinate their voter registration lists to make them more accurate. There were efforts to do that. They've sort of run on political rocky shoals lately. I think that's crucial. I think, look, the funding issue that the Kennedy Center and the Dole Institute raised is absolutely fundamentally important in terms of getting quality voting equipment throughout the country to give people opportunities. I think there are policy issues that increase confidence of voters in the system. The Carter-Baker Commission dealt with voter registration. That is still an issue. Nothing gives people more confidence in the accuracy of elections, according to polls, than that. I think generally more understanding of how the system works and the safeguards in it that I mentioned would be really important to talk about by a commission. But there is, look, the Carter-Baker Commission made a huge impact on the country, and we're probably at a position where we could use one again.
Could you talk just a minute about the rocky shoals that sharing, cross-pollination of voter lists, registrations have run upon? Why? Why has that happened?
Well, when I break it down and explain it, you'll say they're not terribly good reasons. It got caught up in the partisan crossfire. There was a portion, this is all done on something called ARIC, and it was a group of states, I think there were probably 31, 32 at its height, who joined it. There was a provision they had in that said everyone who you could find who wasn't registered to vote and was eligible should be mailed voter registration materials. And that became a political hot button within the organization, and so a number of Republican states have now pulled back, which would seem to be a little bit of a contradiction from the desire to have accurate voter lists, but here we are.
Got it. Audience question. Do you have concerns? What's their magnitude? About either 26 or 28, I think 28's the more likely scenario here, producing the kind of violence that 20 did in terms, or rather 21 did, in terms of the challenges literally to the system?
Well, I think that I think that there will be a repulsion about violence. I certainly hope so. I do think that there are a number of developments that are taking place that are worrisome for the 26 and 28 elections. I think the issue that's been framed in executive orders about how much power the president actually has in terms of running elections, as a legal matter, the answer is really none. That is to the states under Article 1, Section 4. That is to Congress for federal elections. There's not an executive branch role there, yet there's been an attempt to dictate certain things off that power. We've got a lot of government investigations going on about what happened in 2020, and was there something amiss? That's worrisome, except that it also now places a huge burden to, if you're going to make the charges that elections aren't reliable, to actually come up with some real proof. In the 2020 litigation, all 63 cases that were filed, none were successful except for a minor one in Pennsylvania involving 200 votes. There's been no systemic evidence of fraud produced, so that has an impact. I mean, I do worry that the cyber protection agencies in the government, CISA and DHS and DOJ units, have all been stepped back. That puts a huge burden on our states to be able to do things, to be able to pick up the slack. I mean, that all could create a pretense for something, so I think that's sort of challenging. I think got to remember that 26 and 28 are real different elections. 26 and 28, what we're talking about, are congressional elections. There's not an electoral college for that. Each house is the judge of its own members under the Constitution. So, don't make a whole lot of plans for January 3rd of 2027. You may want to be watching the TV to see how that unfolds.
But 28.
But 28, I think That'll depend a lot on the personalities involved and whether there has been any evidence of fraud or flaws in the electoral system.
Evidence, vice, claims of.
Well, with enough time, they'll be actually litigated. And that's kind of what the country probably needs to wash through the current problems.
But we'll have the same clocks ticking in terms of safe harbor, the deadlines for 28 that we had going back to 2000. Those haven't changed.
Those haven't changed. It's why that the timetable we described of the investigations and what will happen should provide adequate time to litigate those matters beforehand.
Question. Given all you've said about the complexities of state and local elections being run, why isn't early voting a more extensive practice? It would seem to benefit both parties equally or disadvantage them equally.
Again, there are certain state traditions in history that get in the way of that. Most of the battleground states actually have pretty long early voting periods. It tends to be sort of northeast states that have less opportunities for early voting as sort of a big generalization. But I think that especially in-person early voting is kind of embraced by both parties.
And I'll add to that a question of my own. What gives in California? So I'm asking you only to focus on election outcomes on that. That's a longer discussion.
Well, California is indeed unique in the way they operate their elections. Allowing the time that they do post-election for ballots to come in that big a state creates some real turmoil, and could in 2026 with House elections, because depending on the final maps, there could be a lot of contentious ones. But that's a microcosm of the issue. There are people who think that it provides political advantage to one party to allow ballots to come in long after Election Day. I think the political science research throws some question marks into that assumption, but nonetheless, California has decided, as no other state in the country, to allow that.
We'll see how it goes.
Yes, we will.
Final question, and you've addressed this already, but I'll ask it again. Back in Bush v. Gore, clearly both sides wanted their candidate to win. There was a perfectly natural partisan color to all of this. How did you manage to merge the desire for your candidate, whether you were Chris or Jim Baker, to win, with the focus on the legal structures to produce an outcome seen as fair and ultimately legitimate?
Well, litigators will be litigators, so that you can always come up with an argument for both sides of an issue. So to give you an example, there were cases brought by the Gore folks that went into 2 trial courts in Tallahassee, right? So the Gore forces wanted to get an interpretation of the law to let more ballots in. We were saying that's not strictly what the law says. The Bush forces won both of those trial court matters. Not surprisingly, Gore appealed them to the Florida Supreme Court. The Florida Supreme Court reversed the 2 Florida trial courts, and that's what we took up to the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, the Florida Supreme Court was an obvious place for the Gore folks to appeal, and that was sort of blending in the desire of your candidate to win, but while still operating within the bounds of the law. So it was perfectly appropriate. What was kind of interesting was the way the Florida Supreme Court handled those cases, which was in the first one, which was Bush versus Palm Beach County. Florida Supreme Court decision got appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. The U.S. Supreme Court came out with a 9-0 per curiam decision that said you got to explain why you extended the deadline and a couple of other things. And the Florida Supreme Court didn't address that at all, but did rule on what became Bush versus Gore. So then Bush versus Gore went up to the U.S. Supreme Court. And so the lawyers ended up concentrating their arguments on the U.S. Supreme Court after the Florida Supreme Court refused to address the 9-0 per curiam decision.
Not something typically welcomed by Supreme Court justices.
No, and that's what led to the decision, which was 7-2, that there was an equal protection violation because the Florida Supreme Court never laid out anything approaching objective criteria under which ballots could be judged.
Great. Thank you, Ben. It was
Thank
a
you.
fascinating discussion. Absolutely. Those of you who haven't seen it, Bob Balaban.
It's George Clooney, that's not right.
George Clooney. It's a great movie, but more importantly, it was a great example of both professionals and great American citizens on both sides working issues through in a logical fashion based upon a genuine trial of law on the issues presented. And for all the tension, for all the uncertainty and anxiety, produced a result which both sides, the losing side most importantly, graciously and fully accepted.
Yes.
That's the precedent, if
And-
it can be done again.
Yes, it is the legacy of Bush versus Gore, and thank you for celebrating it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We shall return in about 15 minutes. See you at 1:30.
Are we open? We're going to get started in about 1 or 2 minutes, please. Okay. Well, welcome everybody to our final panel today. I'm Mark Jones. I have the pleasure of being the co-director of the Presidential Elections Program here at the Baker Institute. And we're going to be having a panel on a very topical issue today, that is redistricting, something that clearly here has been in the news recently in the United States and certainly here in Texas. I have the honor of having two outstanding panelists with us today. We have Kyle Condek, who's the managing editor at Sabato's Crystal Ball at the University of Virginia. Been there for about almost 20 years and is one of the leading experts on congressional races and Senate races and pretty much everything related to elections at the federal level and at the state level too. And then we have Caroline Vakil, who's an outstanding reporter at The Hill. It's one of the sources I go to most often when I'm trying to sort of parse out okay, I hear one thing from one outlet, one thing from the other outlet. Caroline's reporting is outstanding. So it's about 2022 you've been there? Yeah.
2021.
2021, yeah. So 2022 elections, I guess is the first thing. So,
yes.
So following the midterms, it's a great source and I recommend it. She covers campaigns, elections, and has been very active covering this whole redistricting process. So it's a real pleasure to have both of them here with us today. I guess I want to start off with some background, and I'll start with you, Kyle, because I know you've done some historical work on congressional elections. So redistricting historically, not going back to say the 1800s, but say, in the past, say 50, 60 years in the modern era, what's it been like traditionally?
The start of our kind of modern redistricting system are the one person, one vote decisions that the Supreme Court issued in the early 60s. So Baker v. Carr, and then Reynolds v. Sims and Westbury v. Sanders, they dealt with state legislative seats and also congressional districts. And basically prior to that, it wasn't really required that districts would have equal populations. And particularly the state legislative issue, at state legislative level, there were a lot of states who wanted their own state senate to be kind of like the federal senate in that it doesn't, it's not really related to population at all. And those court decisions said, hey, congressional districts, state legislative districts, they all have to have, equal population within states. The census comes out every 10 years. You redistrict to, to accommodate the population changes in the census. And there's a lot of other rules about redistricting. The U.S. Supreme Court has suggested at times that maybe they would rule against partisan gerrymandering, but they never really have. And that the Rucho v. Common Cause decision in 2019 kind of closed the door on that, although they weren't really enforcing it before that anyway. But generally speaking, you have this regular, every 10 years you have a redistricting cycle. There have been instances, and there often are instances where courts will intervene and force mid-decade redrawing in certain states. But elective redistricting in which a state just decides that they want to do it without any sort of court decision, it's not unprecedented. It did happen in Texas in 2004, a famous example. But this year has been really unusual in that you've seen a number of states do it now. So again, not unprecedented, but also pretty rare. And this is sort of a strange moment we're in, that the White House said, find me some more seats, and the Democrats have responded in kind. So it's a redistricting war unlike we've probably seen in this specific way, probably in any of our lifetimes.
All right, okay, thanks. And that's a great sort of background. And we had the sort of delay case here where we had the redistricting where certainly that, of course, that was a reaction to a court-drawn map, but there is a precedent, and that was one of them. So Caroline, so Kyle alluded to it, where did this all start off? When do we start talking about mid-decade redistricting here both in Texas as well as elsewhere?
Sure. So we started to hear about mid-decade redistricting earlier this year in the spring and summer, where we started to see reporting that now Texas Republicans were going to be considering mid-decade redistricting. To give you sort of a backdrop, this was even before the November elections this year. But Republicans, the Republicans are expecting a very challenging midterm environment. That's traditionally the headwinds associated with the president's party in power. And so they're thinking, okay, we should probably be trying to pick up, some seats potentially in the House, because the House is sort of seen as Democrats' best chance to flip a chamber in Congress. If there is, Democrat control in the House, you can expect, investigations being started by Democrats into various parts of the Trump administration. So already getting ahead of 2026, they've started talking to Texas Republicans and saying essentially, we want you to consider redrawing your map. And they also pointed to a Justice Department letter that essentially was written by one of their top officials, Harmeet Dillon. She took issue with some coalition districts in the state. And so this was sort of used as the precursor for Texas to say, okay, we're going to revisit our maps. And essentially, once Texas Republicans passed their maps, despite a long quorum break from Democrats who basically, tried to stop or at least pause temporarily new maps from being passed. Eventually, they came back, the maps were passed, and that set off this longer, broader redistricting war that's taken shape in California, Missouri, Indiana, elsewhere.
Okay, can you just go into a little detail what happened out in California, then in Missouri, Indiana, North Carolina?
Sure. So essentially, once Texas started making moves to redraw their maps, essentially the Democrats that were in Texas broke quorum and tried to temporarily stall these maps from being passed. And so they really used this as an opportunity to nationalize what was going on. And they put a lot of pressure on Democratic officials to respond in kind and say, listen, this is an existential crisis that's happening in Texas. We need you to fix it, and also look at redrawing your maps. And so California became one of the first, and still is the only state so far among Democrats to successfully pass new maps. They had a proposition that they teed up for a special election, Proposition 50. It was a new House map. It's supposed to add up to 5 seats for Democrats. And so voters approved it this November, and that will be in place for the 2026 elections, barring any kind of litigation that might be happening. You've also seen Trump in the White House talking to Missouri. Right now, we're also watching Indiana, basically to continue adding more seats, more pickup opportunities for Republicans. So in terms of where the math stands right now, Republicans are sort of expected to get up to 9 seats. We're talking about 5 in Texas, 2 in Ohio, which was mandated because of their state constitution. They were already required to redistrict this year anyway. 1 in Missouri, and 1 in North Carolina. And so with California, that has given Democrats 5 pickup opportunities. Utah was also forced to redraw their maps. Democrats are expected to pick up 1 seat there as well. So it's a 9-6 math. There's a lot of variables still out there, whether or not Indiana, Florida on the Republican side can be able to pass new maps. Virginia looks like it's poised to pass new maps on the Democratic side, but they're still facing some resistance among Maryland and Illinois. And Republicans, are looking at Indiana. There's a lot of pressure on the Indiana Senate this week. The Indiana House just passed a new 9-0 map, which would give Republicans 2 pickup opportunities in Indiana. It's going to a committee today to be voted on in the Indiana Senate. And if it passes out of committee, the Senate is supposed to vote on it, but the future of it is unclear because there's been a lot of Republican skepticism. So that's a major variable. And we also have Florida, where both Governor Ron DeSantis and state lawmakers seem to be on two different timelines in terms of when they want to pass a new map. And so there's a lot of balls up in the air. We haven't even really talked about the VRA case that's happening right now in the Supreme Court, which could be seismic if it's issued early enough.
Well, great. So I wanted to probe on a couple of those cases. So, Kyle, you're there right in Virginia. Can you explain the Virginia process, because it's a little more complex than some of the others?
At the outset of this mid-decade redistricting war, it really seemed like Republicans had more opportunities than Democrats, in part because a lot of kind of purple and blue states have, constitutional language that says you can't gerrymander, or they have these commissions set up. And so California was essentially, asking the voters to override the commission for the rest of the decade to allow for this Democratic gerrymander, and they went to the voters, and the voters agreed to do it. Virginia is kind of similar in that Virginia voters approved a redistricting commission in advance of the 2020 census. The process actually was a disaster. The commission was designed poorly, I think. If you're going to have a redistricting commission, probably you should have an odd number of members so the commission can't deadlock. But it was an even number of members. And also they had politicians and citizens on it, which I think is probably, the citizen commission seemed to be a little bit better. So the commission actually deadlocked, and they didn't produce a map. The Virginia State Supreme Court acts as a backstop in that process. They had a Democratic, Republican map maker draw the maps. I think they did perfectly fine to draw the maps, but that was the system. It was like a really weird, lousy process that produced, I thought, basically a fair result. But if you're a Democrat and you look at Virginia, it's 6-5 Democratic right now. You could say, as House Speaker Don Scott did at a Center for Politics event last week, he said, well, we get the 10-1 if we get the chance to redraw this thing. So in Virginia, the legislature can decide if they want to ask the public to do a constitutional amendment, which is what's required to open up redistricting again in Virginia. And you need 2 consecutive, basically, sessions of the legislature to do it. So a legislature does it, and then there's an election, and then the next legislature does it. Well, Virginia just had elections in November, and right before the election, the Democrats in the Virginia House and Senate met, and they passed this constitutional amendment that they're going to ask voters about. They will pass it again in January with the new House of Delegates and State Senate. And then there's going to be an election probably in April in which voters in Virginia are going to be asked if they're going to give Democrats the right to redistrict. But the stakes are immense because, I said that the Democrats could maybe go from 6 to 9 or 10 seats. So that's a really important thing. And it also shows that, the Democrats in particular have gotten kind of creative in how they've decided to respond to Texas. Because again, at the start of this process, it looked like Republicans just had an easier time. Because Texas doesn't have any rules about redistricting, really. Some states, their constitution may specifically say, or it may be construed to suggest, that mid-decade redistricting is not allowed. Again, in Texas, there's no such prohibition, but you sometimes will need to, ask voters to do it. And it also leads to the possibility that this is not going to end in 2026, that you're going to have other states in 2028 who missed out in 2026, or they needed more time to ask their voters to change the rules. So this could be a cycles-long process in advance of the 2030 census and the next, full national redistricting cycle.
Okay, well, I'm going to come back to one of those points about sort of this idea of this becoming a process, and just talk about a couple more of the cases. So a more straightforward case would say Missouri. What happened there?
So essentially, there's sort of 2 processes going on. There's a referendum process, and then there's a lawsuit over the maps. And essentially, Congressman Emanuel Cleaver's district, essentially, concerns around proper voter representation among African American voters in the state and Hispanic voters. And so, right now, essentially, Democrats are trying to either thwart the map from being passed at this point, or they're trying to have it tee up for a vote, which would have to be teed up for a vote in 26, so it couldn't be used in time for the 2026 elections. And those are going through, various, courts right now. But, there are different strategies that Democrats are using to try to, thwart some of these efforts the same way Republicans are as well. There's also a case that the, Trump administration has joined on to in California about California's new maps. And so right now there's just sort of a couple juggling pieces about, whether or not these maps are going to be in place for next year.
Okay, so there's a lot of uncertainty there. I think that's one of the hardest things about predicting all of this is that every state it seems to have, well, Texas maybe not so much now, it's more locked in, but a lot of the other states it's more unclear whether those maps are actually going to be used. And I just want before we move on to something broader, Kyle, can you talk a little about Utah, because it's a somewhat different dynamic.
Utah has had this years-long case going on in which voters back in 2018, approved essentially a kind of an independent commission for redistricting. The Utah state legislature said, "Nah, we don't really want to have to deal with that. So we're just gonna go around it and do their own map." And so they created a durable 4-0 map in Utah, which of course Utah is a very Republican state, but Salt Lake County, Salt Lake City, it's actually very Democratic now, much more so even now than it was 10, 15 years ago. And so there was this long legal case, and the Utah Supreme Court finally said, hey, you really had to, you couldn't, the legislature couldn't go over this commission in such a way. And so the net outcome has been that there now is, as we're speaking now, a safe Democratic new seat that's just in Salt Lake, and then 3 very Republican districts around it. And so would be a net gain of 1 Democratic seat from Utah. The governor just called a special session. The Republicans in the legislature hate this. They're trying to figure out a way around it. I don't necessarily know if they could for 2026, but this is another instance of a fight that might continue on into 2028. But that was a helpful development for Democrats because, again, it gets them a seat in a state where they otherwise had no chance of winning a seat.
Right, then so that's one, and then so one final, and Carolyn, you alluded to Florida, which is sort of, if we're thinking about sort of multiple seat pickup potential, that's sort of for the Republican side, that's the next big one.
Yes.
What do you think the odds are there, prospects there for Republicans?
I think the Republicans are probably poised to pass it. I think the question right now is the timeline, because right now we had a Florida House redistricting panel that met last week for their first hearing to discuss this. And then, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis told the Floridian, a newspaper last week, that he was expecting to call a special session probably between March and May of next year. So 2 different competing timelines. You're obviously thinking about the candidate filing deadline. How much time do you have to introduce yourself to voters? So a lot of uncertainty in terms of how that is going to move forward.
Okay, and then just one last one before we move on to broader things. So in the land of Lincoln, often we talk about, extreme partisan gerrymanders. There's probably no more extreme partisan gerrymander in a large state than Illinois or close to it. What are Democrats thinking about there?
So it's conflicted. I was just speaking with an Illinois state senator last week. He's the Senate chair of the Illinois Legislative Black Caucus, and he's been a pretty vocal opponent of redistricting. He's really concerned about the black representation being dissolved with new maps. And as Senate chair of the Illinois Legislative Black Caucus, how can you be pushing for redistricting that may then dissolve black representation in your state? So he's obviously in a very difficult position. We were talking last week. He said that he's still opposed. But then I heard from the Illinois House Speaker's team who said that redistricting is still on the table, but it's a tough spot. I mean, there is clearly butting heads, and you see this also playing out in Maryland as well. Governor Wes Moore is pushing forward with redistricting. They have a redistricting committee advisory that has been meeting already a few times. But over there, you have a Senate president who is opposed to it for different reasons. And Democrats, by the way, have sort of a bad flashback to 2022. When they first passed their maps after the 2020 census, they tried aggressively to draw a Democratic gerrymander, I believe it was 8-0. And the court struck it down as a partisan gerrymander. And there's concerns that that's going to happen again if they try to net a seat. And so you see, we talk a lot about some of the challenges that Republicans are facing, but Democrats, there are positive developments happening in Virginia for them, which will of course be, they'll receive lawsuits from Republicans who are going to be trying to stop that from happening. But Illinois and Maryland, both places where Democrats might try to pick up a seat each, and that's really in limbo right now. And also, I should just add, Illinois' candidate filing deadline was in November. So you have to imagine then that's just another hurdle that you'd have to overcome at this cycle.
Okay, and then I guess, so stepping back from all of this, what's your overall prediction? And there's a lot of moving parts here. What's the net gain of seats that Republicans or Democrats might have based off this entire exercise?
I think it was sort of alluded to earlier that it could be a wash. Potentially Republicans pick up 1, maybe 2 seats. That's sort of in this moment in time, but you have all these other variables. What happens in Florida? There could be a couple seats picked up there for Republicans. What happens in Virginia? They're trying to pick up several more seats, though that kind of changes the calculus. Whether or not some of these litigations happening in Missouri and elsewhere, if that's going to come to fruition. And then again, stepping back and talking about the Voting Rights Act, there is an ongoing case that the Supreme Court is hearing about Louisiana's congressional maps and its second black majority district. And if the court appears to rule, as it seemed inclined to in its October oral arguments, that it's inclined to limit the use of race in redistricting, if that is issued early enough, that would have a seismic impact for a lot of states, particularly in the South, that would try to redraw their maps if they can before 2026. So, you factor all of that together, and I guess the other component I'd also mention is that Democrats were kind of expected to have a good political environment this year, but November really kind of supercharged that notion when Democrats performed even better than expected. And it might be turning out to be a lot like 2018 during Trump's first term in office. And so what does then that mean for these Republicans who have been trying to redistrict in a lot of these states? Redistricting is sort of a math exercise, but then the political environment is something that you can't necessarily control. And so there's these competing variables that are butting heads. Is it worth it for Republicans? Potentially, but too soon to tell.
Just to sort of look at the overall numbers, so we do our race ratings at our Crystal Ball newsletter at the Center for Politics, and prior to any redistricting, so back in June, we do toss-ups, lean D, lean R, likely D, likely R, and then safe R and safe D. The vast majority of the seats are safe for one party or the other. Prior to any redistricting, we had 209 seats, safe, likely, or leans Democratic. We had 207 safe, likely, or leans Republican, and then we had 19 toss-ups. Today, we have 210 likely, leans, safe, Democratic, 208 for the Republicans, and 17 toss-ups. So very similar. And in fact, that actually just showed that one of the effects of redistricting is that there are probably slightly fewer competitive seats now than there were prior to redistricting. That is something that partisan gerrymandering can do, is that a party will maximize the number of ironclad safe seats for themselves, and they will try to pack the other party into as many or to as few safe districts as possible. So the number of competitive seats is down. But fundamentally, I think when Republicans started this process, the idea was, hey, we're going to build a wall so high that even if it's a Democratic wave year, the Democrats can't win the House. As of today, they failed to do that. And I think the only thing that could prevent that could actually allow them to build that wall would be as if the Supreme Court says tomorrow, hey, there are no more protections for Section 2 VRA districts. Republicans in Alabama, you can draw out 2 black Democrats there, 2 in Louisiana, Jim Clyburn in South Carolina, seat in Tennessee, and you could start to see how this could add up. But that requires, one, the court does it like now, and they could, but who knows when it's going to come, and also that they issue a decision that essentially just removes the protections for these majority-minority districts, and I don't know what they're actually going to decide to do. But that's in the race for the House, I think that's actually the most important thing out there, but it's also the thing we know the least about in terms of when it's coming and what it's going to say.
Let's dig in there in terms of, can you explain a little bit, so what Section 2 means, particularly since the 80s and the interpretation of Section 2 when it becomes to redistricting?
It's very complicated, and there's a lot of, I would say, almost like kind of conflicting jurisprudence about it. But the idea is that over the course of the 80s and 90s, and particularly with some changes made to the Voting Rights Act in the 80s, it was sort of construed to suggest that if there's an opportunity to create a district where a minority group can elect a member of their choice, they should be allowed to do that. And particularly, it's kind of interesting that one of the big impetuses for the creation of these districts was back in the early 1990s when George H.W. Bush was president. The Bush Justice Department really pushed for the creation of these districts, and it was a way to actually help Republicans in aggregate, because if you basically consolidated the Democratic vote in southern states and you kind of grouped black Democrats together, back then there still were a bunch of kind of conservative to moderate white Democrats in states like Georgia and Alabama and South Carolina. And so it's almost the term sometimes used is bleaching, basically, that you would remove the black voter bases for some of these conservative white Democrats, and the new districts would elect black Democrats, but the other districts would elect white Republicans. And that is kind of what happened. And there was, the Justice Department went too far. There were a lot of Supreme Court decisions. But the understanding today is that these districts are essentially protected, that if there's a kind of a district with a black majority, even if the white Republicans in charge of the state would like to break that district up, they're not allowed to. Well, the Supreme Court hypothetically could say, those districts don't really have that protection anymore. And so that's what we're sort of thinking about with this VRA decision. Again, what the court actually says, who knows? Just 2 years ago in Allen v. Milligan, the court said that Louisiana, Alabama had to draw an additional, essentially, I think it's black majority or black plurality district. That decision actually helped Democrats as recently as 2023. But the court may do something different this time. So I find the racial redistricting stuff, I'm supposed to be an expert on this stuff, whatever. I find it to be very confusing, because it's like you have to take race into account, but in some ways you can't take race into account if you do it too obviously. And so I think that in general, the jurisprudence on it can be kind of vexing.
Okay. And so Caroline, taking on that, if you had to sort of forecast where you think the Supreme Court is going to end up on this, and then did their decision in the Texas case provide any information, or was that more separate?
So it is hard to predict. The Supreme Court has already been established. Reading the tea leaves on the oral arguments, it seems that they are inclined to limit race and redistricting. And I think one of the really interesting questions that Brett Kavanaugh brings up is sort of, how long do we have these standards since VRA? Aren't they supposed to be sunset at one point? But when do they get sunsetted? And so that's a really tough question to ask, and I think one that they're grappling with in terms of what is the appropriate time for this to be in place. That's certainly what it seems like, but Brett Kavanaugh, of course, was also the one that aligned with the majority decision to ask Alabama to redraw its congressional map. So he's going to be an interesting player to watch in all of this. In terms of Texas, they are different. I know some Democrats have used the Texas decision as, they feel it's bad foreboding about what the VRA is going to mean. But I do think that the cases are separate there. But of course, if you're a Democrat, you're losing hope quickly that you're going to have Section 2 be able to keep these minority districts.
I guess then, you mentioned, Kyle, sort of Lee Atwater and sort of on Bush 41. This idea that there were some advantages to packing more African Americans and Latinos into specific districts, because that met the goals of the Voting Rights Act, but it also meant that it made it easier to win the surrounding districts. I guess, to what extent would some of these districts still exist regardless of Section 2, or essentially, as I think Ben was alluding to and the ambassador was alluding to, has our ability with essentially data allowed to such an extent that we can do things in a fine-tuned way to sort of essentially create the new districts, even if without having African-American majority districts. Say, like, right here adjacent to the old Congressional District 18, which was Sheila Jackson Lee, and then the new one, which is going to be Al Green probably, or maybe not, but that's core district. Is that district a district that Republicans are going to create regardless of Section 2, or would there be a sense that they could essentially cut through that as well?
I think it'd be possible in states like Alabama and Louisiana, because those states are so Republican overall, that my guess is that with creative, with really, wiggly lines and whatnot, that you could essentially draw, all Republican delegations in those states. Now, it's interesting that in South Carolina, where I mentioned that state has 7 congressional districts, one of which is held by Jim Clyburn, longstanding and powerful black Democrat. There's a map floating out there of what South Carolina might do, and it would turn Clyburn's district into essentially a swing seat that Trump had won by like a point or something. But in the context of 2026, if that district were in place, Jim Clyburn would probably still win, a battleground seat. Now, maybe not in the future, but the choices that are made, even if the Supreme Court issues this ruling, what the states ultimately decide to do with it is an open question. And it may be that, the thing about 2026 for the Republicans is that they have to assume that whatever map they draw is going to be really stress tested in this coming election. Whether it is or it isn't, it probably will be to some extent at least. But and this is kind of some of the question with Texas is will Republicans actually net those 5 seats that they wanted to do, or will they fall short of that in part because of the environment? But there are all sorts of choices that would have to be made based on whatever the new guidance is for the Supreme Court, from the Supreme Court. And in some sense, the filing deadline in Texas is today. If the primary in Texas was like in September or August, and the filing deadline was later, and the VRA decision came, again tomorrow or whatever, would the Texas Republicans have drawn the map in a different way? Could they have eliminated even more Democratic districts because they wouldn't have to deal with the VRA jurisprudence? So in some sense, the clock is already ticking, and some states are kind of being moved off the board because their filing is closed. Now, again, maybe the filing could be reopened, who knows? But again, it's just this huge, issue with redistricting that we don't quite know what's going to happen with.
Well, and I think especially we were talking about that with when Adam Kincaid, he was the man from Northern Virginia that drew the maps mostly.
Yeah.
I mean, with a little bit of input from Phil King, but actually none, or almost none at least if you listen to the senator. But he was the man who drew the maps for Texas. When he started talking about Congressional District 7, which is Lizzie Fletcher's district, which is right in this area, you could see he was being careful not to talk about race because he knew that they are forbidden to talk about race. But in reality, he couldn't make Lizzie Fletcher's district more Republican without cutting into District 18, or with the new African American majority district. Now, he never came out and said that, but he mentioned that there were just limits or boundaries, but that was what he was effectively alluding to. That could be under a new map. If we no longer had Section 2, then that district could be one that could be more creatively carved up.
Yeah, and it's interesting too is that across the country, there's kind of different political geography. And Texas is actually a state where experts who sort of follow this stuff, that if you actually had a neutral map for the legislature and for Congress in Texas, it would actually have a little bit of a Democratic bias based on the distribution of the Democratic versus the Republican vote in the state, which actually is kind of surprising to me that that's the case. Now, in a lot of parts of the Midwest, the political geography actually is beneficial to Republicans. But it's striking that in a state where you could actually argue that in a district-based system, Democrats should have a little bit of an edge, you could still draw a very heavily Republican map, which is, of course, what Texas now has.
And then I guess, part of this whole process, when you mentioned earlier that this is a sort of unique mid-decade redistricting. While we've had it in the past, certainly under court orders, and we had the Texas case with the delay maps, although those were the delay maps that were responding to court-ordered maps. That was at least their sort of nuanced argument. Now we're in a situation where effectively anything goes. That is, it's the right of any state to redraw its districts, and it's percolated down to the county level here in Texas as well, where we've seen Tarrant County up in Dallas, Fort Bend County here in Houston, and Galveston County with the Petaway case engaging in mid-decade redistricting. So with this Pandora's box having been open, do we run into a situation where potentially after every election, legislatures or other bodies are going to review the data and see, can we extract some advantage for the next election?
I think it's certainly possible, yeah. And in fact, you go back to the late 1800s, which was in some ways kind of a similar era. That was a time where you had really, really closely contested elections. You had two elections in 1876 and 1888 where the popular vote winner did not actually win the election, so similar to 2000 and 2016. And that was a time where, like, my home state of Ohio had like 6 different congressional maps over a 12-year span, because there was no, the party would change, they would draw new maps, and that just kind of went back and forth. So I could definitely imagine there just being, elective mid-decade redistricting every couple of years. And without any sort of federal guidance or court guidance, we're in a very competitive era, and parties are going to look for whatever advantage they can. Now, again, some states do limit it, but we've seen that in the states that do limit it, there have been efforts to ask the voters to change the rules or to somehow get around it, and that seems like it's something that's going to continue as well. But the VRA decision, whatever it is, could lead to more redistricting, and also whatever the results look like in 2026, maybe you go back and fine-tune the lines. So, I think it would be a bad thing if you had maps changing all the time, but it's certainly easy to imagine.
We're already kind of there already. States, political parties are being encouraged to file lawsuits in the middle of the decade anyway to try to challenge the map. That's why you're seeing Wisconsin with several lawsuits over the congressional maps. The Wisconsin Supreme Court was not inclined to take up a previous congressional map challenge, and now there are 2-3 judge panels that are going to be looking at different congressional map challenges in the state. In New York, they filed a lawsuit over one of the House districts, and so that could potentially have a new map depending on how the courts rule. And so even before this year, political parties were being encouraged, I think, to kind of insert themselves in the redistricting discussion, but trying to have a premise that this was about proper representation, or this was non-constitutional racial gerrymander. And we're just seeing the floodgates open now because there's no lawsuits. There's just state lawmakers basically saying we're going to do this, and it's much more direct and obvious.
Okay, and then to wrap up sort of the House for a second, when you're looking ahead to 2026, because at the end of the day, this is all about whether Hakeem Jeffries is Speaker or a Republican, maybe Mike Johnson, maybe not, is Speaker. What's your even money bet today? And let's assume, though, that the Supreme Court doesn't completely unravel everything by essentially overturning or seriously eroding Section 2 before, say, the end of June, because by the end of June, there would not be enough time to redraw districts. Let's assume that's off the table.
Off the table, okay. I guess at this moment, this is why I don't gamble. I think potentially I could see, with just how good of an environment it is for Democrats, I could see them winning the majority, but I think it may be still narrow. It's a good, political environment for them, but we've seen this happen before with 2022, where the House narrowly got their majority, and they thought it was going to be a red wave. And so I would sort of expect, moving forward, these House majority races, I predict they're probably just going to continue to be pretty narrow ones, given how divided the country has been.
Yeah, the last 3 elections in the House, 2020, 2022, and 2024, the Democrats won 222 seats in 2000, Republicans 222 in 2022, and then just 220 for Republicans in 2024. So that, 218 is the majority, so really cutting it close. I do think, barring a maximal VRA decision that comes down soon, I think the Democrats are favored in the House, but maybe not to get a ton of seats. One of the things we always talk about in like House elections from, in the midterms or whatever, is that, I think the non-presidential party wins an average of something like, I think it's like 25 or 26 net seats in a given midterm, but the Democrats already have 215, so they're starting from a high point, so I wouldn't necessarily judge them on how many net seats they win, but rather whether they win the majority, and whether it's by just a couple seats, or whether they can get to like, the high 220s or the low 230s, which I think is probably possible, particularly if the political environment next year looks like it did a few weeks ago. But yeah, I do think Democrats are favored in the House. Again, with this VRA thing hanging out there is something that could maybe change those odds.
Okay, well, I'd be remiss because we have, in addition to being experts on redistricting in the House, they're also experts on the Senate. And so that's the other body that's up for grabs in 2026. If you were looking at the seats across the country, which are the ones that we should be keeping an eye on? So we have the 53-47 Republican majority, meaning Republicans need a net gain of 4 seats, with J.D. Vance casting the tie-breaking vote. So what are the seats that we should be following, and what are your what's your handicapping there where we don't have to worry about any redistricting?
Sure. So I would say I believe that Republicans are still favored to keep the Senate majority. The math kind of bears some of this out. I do think that I could see Democrats picking up, 1 to 2 seats. I think some of the states to be watching for on the Democratic side, you've got Georgia with John Ossoff. Right now, he's kind of benefiting from the fact that there seems to be no one, standard bearer among Republicans for the nominee there. In Michigan, you also have the former Congressman Mike Rogers, who's running for re-election. He narrowly lost to Alyssa Slotkin last cycle. There's a contested Democratic primary there, so that bodes well for Republicans, at least for right now. Just thinking, in Texas, it's going to be interesting. We've sort of been talking about whether or not John Cornyn's seat will flip, and it seems like, barring anything crazy, that it's going to be in Republican hands. It just depends on whether it's going to be Cornyn or Paxton or someone else. And so I think, Jasmine Crockett is expected to launch her bid today. We already have one of the Democratic candidates who's already stepped down from the primary to try to clear the field. So it kind of remains to be seen about that. It seems likely that there will be a runoff in the Texas Republican primary. It's just a matter of whether or not, Cornyn can, overcome those challenges. And Trump, of course, has not weighed in, which has made things a little bit more difficult as well. So
the Democrats really have this structural problem in the Senate because prior to 2024, the Democrats still maintained a number of seats in states that were, clearly Republican-leaning for president. But, Joe Manchin retired in 2024, so Democrats lost that seat. John Tester lost in Montana. Sherrod Brown lost in Ohio. Of course, he's coming back to run again in a 2026 special election. But the Republicans, so there are 25 states, so half the nation, including Texas, that voted for Donald Trump all 3 times he was on the ballot. That's 25 states, that's 50 Senate seats, that's half the Senate. Republicans hold all 50 of those Senate seats, which was not true in the past. The Democrats consistently would have kind of red state representation. And so just to get to 50-50, the Democrats have to win all of the Senate seats in states that voted for Democratic at least once in the last 3 elections. Now, actually, they do really well in those states. There are 6 states that voted differently for president in the last 3 elections. They were the big swing states we're all watching last year: Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin in the industrial north. Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada in sort of the South and the Sun Belt. The Democrats already have 10 of the 12 seats from those 6 states, which is really pretty impressive given how competitive those states are, and yet that's still not good enough for them to have the majority. North Carolina, of the 25 3-time Trump states, that's the most competitive of those 25 states. Democrats have to start winning Senate races in North Carolina, and they've got a golden opportunity next year. Former Governor Roy Cooper is going to be their nominee there against Michael Whatley in an open seat, the former chairman of the Republican National Committee. I think I agree that Republicans are favored in the Senate, but Democrats have to net 1 or 2 seats to try to set themselves up maybe for 2028. But the structure of the Senate has just really, come to disadvantage Democrats after they were kind of punching above their weight in the Senate, throughout the 2000s and the 2010s.
Okay, so a marquee actor in this race is potentially Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. So most of us are here in Texas, so we tend to follow Ken Paxton pretty closely. How is Ken Paxton viewed in other parts of the country?
National Republicans are petrified of him being their nominee, and they were. I think they're not so well. It's like they're worried that he'll lose, but they're also worried that he'll win because he's not someone who probably would play nice with leadership in Washington in the way that, John Cornyn is sort of more of a quote unquote establishment Republican, which is sort of seen as a dirty word, I guess, in not particularly on the Republican side, but also increasingly on the Democratic side. So I personally think if Paxton is nominated, I still think he would win against any Democrat. And then you've got this potentially really interesting Democratic primary between James Tallarico, kind of some member of the state legislature who's become kind of prominent, and then Jasmine Crockett, who's become this kind of lightning rod, Democratic figure who is expected, I think, to file for Senate later today. I guess we'll see if she does it, but. And National Republicans, I think, will want to run against Crockett because they see her as someone who is not going to be able to win the kind of swing voters that you would need in Texas. Although, again, I still think whoever the Democratic nominee is, I think it's just a heavy lift in this state.
Caroline?
I mean, I do think in terms of how things will play out, it is going to be interesting to see. I could see, Jasmine Crockett, if she does end up running. I do think that's going to be an extremely competitive primary, and I think, being able to nominate a black woman, as your Democratic nominee, I think is going to be weighing on the minds of Democratic voters as well. She's a rising star. She was the national co-chair of the Harris-Walz presidential campaign. She's become very viral for some of her, sometimes controversial remarks about certain, Republicans as well, and she really embodies, I think, this, and we sort of talked about this yesterday, she embodies a fighter. And that's what a lot of Democrats and Republicans are looking for, is someone who's going to fight. And I think that she really embodies that. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. I think on the Republican side, I mean, I really do think that Cornyn just will desperately need like a Trump endorsement, in order to make it through, because it seems like, with Kim Paxton, I mean, National Republicans see all of his controversies as just things that are going to weigh them down, and they don't like the fact that they're going to have to spend so much money in what should be a pretty favorable seat. So I personally see it as a runoff between Paxton and Cornyn, but it depends on what happens with Wesley Hunt's voters afterward if they go back to Cornyn.
Yeah, speaking of figures that National Republicans don't like, I think Congressman Hunt is also on that list because he got in this race, and it prevents really the possibility of Cornyn essentially being able to win without a runoff. And Mark and I, we were talking about this last night. The runoff electorate would probably be kind of a more Paxton-esque electorate. Now that it could change, but yeah, I mean, and there are these. I mean, there's so many polls that are coming out of the Texas Senate primary, but John Cornyn's the incumbent, and he's always well under 50. In a three-way race. Sometimes he's ahead, sometimes he's behind, but you would think the other candidates might have more opportunity to grow. Paxton had that. I mean, so many scandals with him, but he got knocked down because his I forget the specifics of it, but his wife said she was leaving him basically.
Yeah, biblical based.
Yeah, right.
Essentially, the third or fourth or fifth affair.
You're right. Yeah, exactly. And so that knocked. I think that did end up knocking Paxton down a little bit. Although to me, it didn't really cause Cornyn to grow. So it's a. I mean, Cornyn I think is in a fair amount of trouble in the primary. But again, for Republicans, I still think that the state is just. The wall is too high for Democrats in this state. I mean, again, Beto O'Rourke got within 3 points. So I guess under ideal circumstances, it's possible. But I'm just sort of skeptical.
Well, thanks. We still have about 10 minutes left, so I want to get to some of the questions we have from the audience, and there's still time if you want to send one up or two. We might have time for it. So one is, and this I guess gets to the issue we're talking about redistricting and this sort of free-for-all. What are the prospects of either Congress getting in and regulating this process, or the Supreme Court getting in and regulating this process? That is there a point that there's too much of this going on, that either Congress or the courts will be compelled to get in to intervene?
This court does not seem interested in adjudicating, partisan redistricting matters. I really think Congress should be the one regulating this, and Congress, I think, could lay down some kind of basic rules for redistricting that, would I think maybe eliminate some of these problems that we see, the rules about compactness and whatnot. But is Congress really going to do that? Like, probably not. And because, again, the two parties are going to have different views on what the process should be, what the standards should be, and it just would seem like asking for a miracle to ask this particular Congress to agree on something as fundamental as drawing these districts. So, there would be solutions out there that I think probably would be fair. I mean, for me, what I want from the House is just that if there's a change in the political mood, that the House changes parties, that the House is essentially responsive to the views of the voters. What can happen with gerrymandering is that the House isn't as responsive to the public anymore, and that's what I kind of worry about, and I was sort of worried about at the start of this redistricting war. Now it seems like the House is still going to be responsive. There's going to be enough competitive seats that it could flip, from one election to the next. And if you did have some reasonable rules around redistricting, you probably would have more competitive seats. You probably could maintain pretty significant minority representation without having to necessarily racially gerrymander, although some would probably disagree with that. But again, asking Congress to do it just seems like an impossible lift.
And they don't have an incentive in a lot of ways. They're also thinking about their reelection, so why would they make it potentially harder for them to seek office again? And I think that's why it's continually being put back on the states and all of these different redistricting commissions, if they even have one. And you can tell by the way that they're made up whether or not they're even going to be effective. In New York, for example, the redistricting commission creates a map, but the state legislature gets to vote on it. And if it's mostly Democrats that are voting on it and they don't like it, then at some point the redistricting process just breaks down and it becomes partisan again, versus having truly independent operators. And so that's another problem too, is even as this comes to the state and local level, the way that it's built either will kind of undermine the whole process entirely or make fair maps.
And are there any independent redistricting commissions that are rules are at the state level that you would point to as models?
Well, California was one. But I think the fact that they're going around it now is obviously, and that was championed by, former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger. There are the other kind of interesting part of all of this is sort of the breakdown too with advocacy groups. You have advocacy groups who have always been opposed to gerrymandering and redrawing maps for political gain, now kind of saying, okay, maybe we're kind of comfortable. Common Cause is kind of a perfect example. When I was speaking with one of their staff members a few months ago, they said that they were totally against gerrymandering. And then they came out with an announcement a couple months later saying that they were actually going to allow certain maps to be reevaluated and they would determine whether or not that was okay. And so, you also have these democracy groups that are also kind of fidgeting in their seats as well as this is playing out.
These commission systems, you have to make whoever's drawing the lines, they have to make decisions. And when you're drawing, the lines, you're going to make choices that sometimes benefit one side over the other. It's like Arizona, for instance, has a commission that's been in place for several decades, and the map last decade was they made some choices that were beneficial to Democrats. This time they made some choices that were beneficial to Republicans. I will say one good thing about Arizona and their system is that they actually do have some competitive seats, and that's sort of one of the things that the commission is supposed to do, is create competitive seats. And so they have had competitive races in recent years, and that map is responsive. But Republicans feel like the California process shortchanges them. So there's always going to be, this is I think why it would be hard to come up with a real national standard or national rules, because there's always going to be winners and losers, I guess. I guess you would just want a system where the winners and losers kind of cancel themselves out from a partisan standpoint, and also that you would foster the creation of more, competitive districts. So, for instance, in a time where the presidential results are very correlated with the Senate and House results, how a district votes for president can tell us a decent amount about how the district might vote for House. Of the 435 districts, and based on the new lines as of now, there are only 22 districts across the country where Donald Trump got between 50 to 48% of the vote. He won 49 to 51. He won 50% nationally rounded. So voted, within a point either way of how Trump did. So there are really only 22 districts that kind of voted the same way that the country did for president. And particularly you start getting into, the heavily Republican districts, heavily Democratic districts, and there are just a ton of those. So ideally, I think for competitiveness reasons, you would want to have more districts that vote pretty similarly to how the country does. But this redistricting process has actually slightly reduced the number of those kinds of seats, which I think is unfortunate.
This next question sort of, I think, gets at something that you brought up earlier, Kyle, about how Democratic states on average tend to be a little more handcuffed than Republican states, because it asks, why could Maryland not engage in a partisan gerrymander when their Supreme Court said no, whereas the U.S. Supreme Court said the Texas one was okay? So explain the difference.
Well, so there, obviously the federal and state courts can be different, and there are some states that have, specific language in their constitution saying that you're not allowed to, draw gerrymandered districts, although even the courts themselves are inconsistent about how they enforce it. So for instance, Florida has fairly strong language in their state constitution approved by voters about, basically saying that gerrymandering is not allowed, and yet the Florida map is very clearly partisan gerrymandered, I think, to any reasonable person who would look at it. And the Florida wants to go even further, but the composition of this current Florida Supreme Court doesn't seem like they would actually enforce it. But there are different, the federal courts don't really weigh in on partisan gerrymanders, but state courts sometimes do. But even then, different state courts will have different opinions. In Maryland, for instance, there was a lower court that said the 2022 map was a gerrymander. Maybe if that had gone to the Maryland State Supreme Court, maybe they would have ruled differently. But maybe the Maryland State Supreme Court now would actually, rule against a new partisan gerrymander. This is some of the things that the Democrats in Maryland are kind of fighting about right now, is whether they want to sort of throw the dice on trying to push for a new gerrymander. But we're at a time where the rules for partisan gerrymandering, to the extent there are rules, are set at the state level. They're not set at the federal level, other than for racial redistricting cases, which are not technically about partisan gerrymandering, but you could see the overlap. If there are partisan consequences to choices made in racial redistricting. But yeah, and it seemed like actually that more states were moving toward having some restrictions on partisan gerrymandering, or courts weighing in, or commissions being created. But a lot of that is just totally backslid over the last 6 months because of what we've seen. And states that had quote unquote fair systems or commission systems electing to set them aside, like California.
And that's so where partisanship essentially is pushing on all from the Trump administration on places like Indiana, North Carolina, and elsewhere, and then on the Democratic side, California.
Right. Yeah. And so some of the commission states, like Arizona is a commission state, Colorado is a commission state, Virginia is, Michigan. Those are all states that are reasonably competitive, although Colorado and Virginia have become much more Democratic leaning in recent years. But even, Virginia might do away with its commission. Colorado, this is how this could extend into 2028. Maybe they'll ask their voters to do away with it in order to sort of restore some sort of gerrymandering power. You also have a few states where they drew maps under divided government in 2022. So like Minnesota is an example, or Minnesota has a court-drawn map, so does Pennsylvania. If one side takes control of state government, maybe they'll go back and draw, because they would then have the power to do that. So there's this kind of crazy quilt of different rules and regulations based on the states. Again, we could have some sort of federal standards for it, but we just don't. And the federal courts seem even less inclined than in the past to be involved in that, based on the guidance from the Supreme Court.
Well, and I think that's an area where we're probably most likely to see mid-decade redistricting now, is when the balance of power of the maps changes. So you get a trifecta, or you get the ability to impose a map that you didn't have the ability before. In addition to where it's just you looking at the numbers again and saying, okay, we could tweak this district a little bit or that district.
And the results help tell the tale too. So for instance, when Texas redrew after the 2020 census, remember, Biden came within 5.5 points of winning Texas. There was this idea that Texas was getting more competitive over time. Well, Trump blew that back out to 13.5 points or whatever. And you also had Trump coming into the White House, and Trump wanted more seats. And Texas Republicans could look at the map and say, oh, well, we've rebounded since 2020, so we can maybe be more aggressive than we were in 2021. And also, the Texas Republicans weren't actually that aggressive in 2021, but then they got prodded into being more aggressive this time. So the facts on the ground changed a little bit too, in that there is a lot of churn going on in the electorate, different kinds of votes, of groups voting in different ways. And if you see a big change in an election, maybe that gives you more confidence that you could redraw the map, although, the Latino vote, for instance, snapped back in 2025 in a handful of states for Democrats, and very well could happen in Texas too next year. So they have to be, when you're drawing the maps, you have to be aware of the possibility that political changes are not necessarily permanent.
Yeah, no, and especially I think it's very likely, in Texas, that we're likely to see that Latino backslide. So Caroline, I think we have time for one last question. So Caroline, we had a question about the California case. So clearly that's like the biggest Democratic pickup. If we're thinking about redistricting, that's where they can net between 4 or 5 seats. How vulnerable are those maps to the legal challenge?
Well, it's going to be interesting because this is going to be, it's a federal case, not a state case. To me, I don't think that they are going to. I don't think the challenge is going to be successful there. But I do think that this is going to just be sort of somewhat of another headache for Democrats, at least. But it's also one that Democrats are going to be expecting in other places like Virginia and elsewhere. And California, of course, to your point, is so important because that was the first state that kind of decided to redistrict in response to Texas to try to nix out each other's gains. And so, of course, if California, if Democrats, if their map there weren't to be used in 2026, then that is just a severe blow to them. But obviously, it's passed through a voter ballot initiative, so I think it, might be a bit of a stronger case. So.
Yeah, and in fact, even in the decision to sort of reinstate the Texas map, I think it was Justice Alito said something, clearly Texas acted for partisan reasons, not for racial reasons, and he parenthetically said just like California. So that would seem to suggest that California wouldn't, that map wouldn't be thrown out on racial redistricting lines. But who knows ultimately with these cases.
All right, well, thank you everyone for attending today, and thank you Kyle and Caroline for the panel. I think we're still going to have some final words from Ambassador Satterfield, but I wanted to thank you all for your contributions today. It was wonderful. Thank you.
My sincerest thanks to everyone who has joined us today, especially the panelists who traveled to Houston to make this the interesting event that it was. Our profound gratitude to all of you. During the morning discussion, we heard a response to a question raised by panelist Tammy Patrick. We want our elections to be cheap, fast, and accurate, but you can only pick 2. This is what is known in the trade as the unholy trinity problem. You got 3 goals, you can only have 2 of them, not all 3. That panel discussed mounting challenges causing more and more elected officials around the country to leave office, including threats of violence spurred by social media, an avalanche of new regulations, changing technology that required them to remain updated on complex matters, and all of this happening as cutbacks are reducing the funding of their offices. The result of this collision of changes increases the chance of mistakes, which, as you heard in the discussion that I conducted, very much increases the question of reliability, authenticity of electoral results, and thus perhaps willingness of people to come out to vote. I very much enjoyed my lunch conversation with Ben Ginsberg and his discussion of the legal issues, the context that surrounded the 2000 Gore v. Bush legal decision that put George W. into the White House, and the effects that's had, or not, on the country in the aftermath. I also learned something new about Secretary Baker after all these decades. Not only does he possess an extraordinary collection of talents, including having a litigator's eye, a knowledge of constitutional law, being a savvy political operator, and the best communicator of his generation. Quote, he threw the tightest spiral of a Nerf football of any member of the Bush legal team that won that case, close quote. For all my affection for Warren Christopher, Chris had quite a reputation as a sports team labor negotiator, but I don't think he was adroit at throwing a Nerf football, at least not that I ever observed. Finally, the panel that just concluded reviewed the current redistricting battle across the country. Bottom line is that we won't know how all this shakes out until sometime next year, after state legislators and the courts make their decisions. But the issue threatens to follow us in future elections if politicians more frequently can use redistricting, if in fact further redistricting can be wrung out of a polarized red and blue political map. And that's another question mark for electoral scientists over the time ahead, to gain advantage as often as they can. Overall, it has been, and I think you'll agree, an enlightening and interesting day of conversations about the way elections affect the sometimes fragile confidence in democracy that we have in this country. If there's one bottom line of today's meetings, it is this: confidence in election results will only increase when our elected officials stop waging a zero-sum game as the reform of election laws continues to be proposed but must be ultimately accepted and passed into execution. Practices that benefit all voters need to be adopted. The proposals and the basis for those proposals are there. It is the question of political will and intent that shapes this. With that said, I'm going to thank again the Carter Center for being part of their 5-year collaboration with our institute. Like President Carter and Secretary Baker, our collaboration is based on their working model to find consensus on the many complex issues facing all Americans. I look forward to next year when the Carter Center and the Baker Institute meet to discuss election issues, and I believe, John, that will be in Atlanta. It'll be in Atlanta, so we hope for temperate weather. Thank you all for coming. Please do not forget, above all, to vote when you are legally authorized to do so. Every opportunity you have. Our nation, America, depends on it. Thank you very much. Thank you.